Hello. Hi chat. I was gonna say good morning, but no, I'm starting the stream super late today. Yeah. But hi, happy weekend, everybody. We're doing a surprise return of the old dev diaries. Well, they're not old dev diaries. It's the new ones that I haven't covered in a while, so the format is old for me because it's been like 2 months. It's been longer than 2 months actually. It's been 3, almost 3 on the day. Because I think the last time I did this was the 21st or the 22nd or something of February. So yeah, that was a while. That was a while ago. I just gotta quickly grab the link to that and we can unpin that. Oh, actually, instead of pinning that, we should pin this. Let's go with this. Alright, and then we're gonna pin that. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and post over in here because I did not prepare appropriately for my own stream. A classic. Hold on. And then we do this. Not that one. We grab this. I grab this, and then I realized I forgot to do like the multi-stream stuff. Oops. Oopsies, my bad. For my Twitter posts. But oh well. Okay, that should be good. Hi, hello everybody. And now we're good. This time for real. Hey, Cudge. Well, Corbett, I'm in fact having tuna for lunch. Ah, so I should expect another like on the video then. Did your head get smaller or your shoulders get bigger? I don't know. I think it changes every few days. There's probably something that my artist put into my rig where every day it actually, like, the shoulders grow slightly more, you know? And I would have no idea. I wouldn't even notice. Until, like, one day it becomes ridiculous. Anyway, we're doing more Dev Diaries streaming today. Yeah. Twitch people get 5 more minutes waiting, YouTube got for the win. True. Me when I try to watch a Twitch stream and I'm immediately bombarded by 7 minutes of ads. That's a classic. That is a classic Twitch moment. Alright, so I need to move this stuff over here. I need to have both chats open. That's the thing that I need to get used to still, is opening both chats. So that I can actually read both of them. Said stream in 15, but it's 20 instead. We do a little deception, or also known as oops, I'm starting the stream soon, but I haven't like used the washroom, and I should probably do that. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Anyway, we're doing more of the dev diaries because I did want to continue going through them, but unfortunately, I went and played the game, which means that there was an unfortunately high chance that I could have said something that I wasn't allowed to say, so I just didn't do any Dev Diary streams for a while. Also, it may be 1 PM, but I like to fight my, what do you call that, my circadian rhythm, and I'm gonna drink caffeine anyway, so. I think my nervous system and brain should simply adapt to caffeine, maybe. Actually, no, that would be bad because then it wouldn't work. Hey, Saf. What's good? Hopefully the Dev Diaries will find out. EU5, the game. That's what's good. Or at least hopefully it will be. It's in that sort of maybe doing alright for now, but we'll see when we actually get to play the game. That's kind of where we're at right now. 1 PM coffee, same? Yeah, coffee. Let's go with that. Anyway. When I opened that can, it actually sprayed energy drink all over my keyboard. That is actually disgusting. I hate that. Hold on. I didn't think it would open so violently. And then just like exploded. Bruh. That sucks. Anyway. It's not a huge deal. It's not like it got poured all over my keyboard, but man. Hate that. Anyway. Keyboard fail stream incoming. Keyboard failing in the middle of stream. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Oh, you know why it exploded? It's because this can was somehow overfilled. Like, I opened it and now I'm looking at it, and it's like still filled to the brim even after losing like a good part of the contents. Okay, anyway. I'm assuming people are going to use this opportunity, this Dev Diary stream, to also ask questions about the game. And I probably will answer them to a degree, the degree to which I can, probably. Also, I'm suffering massively from EU5 withdrawal, which also contributed to the fact that this stream is happening. Oh, also, let me move that. And we can go to this. Okay, it's working. Perfect. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom that in, aren't I? Hold on. Usually I zoom in for these. Speaking of zoom-ins, chat, I have a new button. I have a new button. Watch this. Isn't that a cool button? Hmm? I made that one specifically for my EU5 video coverage, the 2-hour-long video. I got that set up just for that video. Can you comment on things that you can't comment on? Yeah, I can tell you that I probably can't comment on them. Just asking, any idea how powerful a PC how powerful of a PC is required to run EU5? Yes. I can tell you the stats of my PC, and I can tell you how it ended up performing. You know, I've got that 4070 Ti. I don't remember which version, because, you know, like, they make a bunch of different ones. Like, which company. I got that... I don't even remember what my CPU is. Is it a 12900 or a 13900K? I don't even remember. I should know this, because that was my $800, but I don't remember. Hold on. How do I even check that again? System information. That should tell me, right? Let me see. 13900K. Okay, that's the CPU. And then I have like 48 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. And I'm gonna be honest, it kind of did not run that well. But also, hopefully they fix that by the time the game releases. Yeah, we got the zoom and enhance. Can I get freaky? I mean, at least take me out to dinner first, but I mean, possibly. Anyway, we got Dev Diaries to go through today. We got things to do. Let's see, I think the stream on my time is 5 PM today, and now it's 1 AM? What? These games take a hardy CPU too. They do. A lot of them, well, I think EU5 especially, is just like single core, right? Well, a lot of it's single core. And, I mean, that it makes sense given like the order in which events occur. So, like, it kind of makes sense. But I think they have a lot more things running in parallel in EU5. At least I think. I don't know. We'll find out when it releases. Because they don't even... Do they post the recommended specs on the PC or no? Or like on the Steam page? No, nothing? Okay. Yeah, so I don't even think they're sure about that yet. Okay, got it. My laptop Intel Gen 8 and 1054 gigabytes cannot run it. I mean, it might be able to run it, just don't expect it to run well, is what I'm saying. Like, you might be able to get a solid, I don't know, 20 FPS on low settings. Maybe. Maybe. You install EU5 and the launcher laughs at you. Okay, yeah, so it's like, if you can't run EU4 very well, I don't think you should expect to be able to run EU5 very well. Anyway. We spent enough time yapping about stuff. What's it been, 13 minutes, kind of? Okay. We could probably get into these Tinto Talks, and I'm gonna rapid fire them. I'm gonna speed run these. I promise this time, guys. I promise I'm gonna speed run them. Definitely, for sure, gonna speed run them this time. The processor can handle a solid game month per 5 minutes. Seven hours later. Listen, because I've played some of the game now, I can actually go through them faster because I kind of know what's going on. Also, okay, I have no idea what that was, but I heard like shifting over to my left, and then I look over and nothing's moving. That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, no. We're no stun locks today. Stun lock free stream, I promise. I promise, guys. Who do you think I am? I would never stun lock. Anyway, what do we have on this first one? Oh, yeah, by the way, I have like a bunch of these lined up, I guess. Like a lot of them, because, guys, I've missed like 3 months of these. I don't know how many I'm getting through today. We're not getting through the whole thing. And unfortunately, we only have 4.5 hours, I think. It's like 1:17, and I need to be done at 6 p.m. at the latest, I think. We're like 5:30, maybe 5:45 p.m. at the latest. So we got like 4.5 hours. So we're just gonna see what we can do today. Okay, without further ado, let's begin. This is the one from the 26th of February. We have this. I don't really know what it is. I assume it's probably a weather situation or some kind of weather thing. Let's see. What kind of weather would we be expecting for this pattern? I genuinely have no idea. An earthquake? Ooh, volcanic eruptions? Maybe. Maybe both. They tend to happen a little bit simultaneously. Because I think, isn't there, wait, no, that's a city. I think there's a volcano here, and I'm thinking like, oh, Iceland, they got volcanoes. Anyway. Let's see. In a game where we try to simulate hundreds of millions of people, not all calamities that they get exposed to involve warfare or diseases. We'll talk about disastrous weather and stuff. Neat. Sorry, Corbin, that was me. Almost dropped my invisibility cloak. Fortunately, my door is entirely not just closed, but sealed off with the thing I put over it to dampen sound. So you're trapped in here. Anyway. Little Ice Age, huge. I guess a little, never mind, not huge. What do we have? The Maunder Minimum. Technically, at the widest definition, encompasses the entire time span. Damn, really? Okay, then we can talk about the part that was the worst, between 1645 and 1715, being the colder phase of the period. We have a situation that makes winters last longer. Okay. And winters, interestingly enough, they pause your construction, which is really annoying, actually. But yeah, so that actually will have an effect on you. Also, you'll have to stockpile food. Because in the winter, you also don't get agriculture, I don't think. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. No harvest during the winter. So then we have this food production is lowered. Events and other mechanics. Challenging mid to late game phase. That's interesting. I like having this sort of general situation that isn't just like, hey, we need to kill that guy, you know? It's like you actually have to deal with a little bit of a player versus environment situation while you're also killing those guys. So that's neat. Hopefully it actually is a challenging mid to late game phase, because that might keep people in the game. You know how like everyone plays maybe 50 hours, 50 years of EU4 on average? Or like the first 100 years of EU4, or maybe the first 200, but very few games are played until the end, 1821. And that's because, you know, people get tired of winning too hard. There's like nothing to hold you back, you expand super quickly. And so it just becomes a rush to either blob the hardest or, you know, you decide to set the game down because you're like, well, I guess I'm done. Hopefully hopefully this gives you a little something to do in the middle of the game, instead of just like, everything goes fine and you have no issues for the rest of the campaign. Sometimes you have to kill that guy, sometimes you have to kill that guy's hunger. True, something fish teaching. Yeah. Something like that. We also have the weather system, so we have storms and cyclones and stuff. I actually had that a lot playing Scotland, which was kind of weird. Like a lot of cyclones playing Scotland. And for some reason, or like hurricanes, and for some reason they were like always category 5. I mean, okay, hold on, look at this. You can literally see cyclone in Dundalk Bay. And you look at these names and you're like, yeah, like this is what, like Ireland and some part of like Scotland? And like every single time, it's a category 5. I don't know if they only tell you about the category 5s, but there's a surprising number of category 5s happening when I'm playing the game. And it gives you wind damage, and this thing's like the most annoying thing you can have while at war. I think we'll probably get to that in a second, yeah. Let's see. 2 categories of weather systems, the weather front and the cyclone. Also included in the weather fronts, the monsoons, which have the particularity of going in one direction from Africa to India from February to June, and then in the other direction, Himalayas to the Indian Ocean from October to December. Ireland might suffer some weather fronts during the year, yeah, they certainly do. Be surprised at how much a few degrees change in temperature can absolutely decimate ecosystems? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ecosystems are like not exactly the sturdiest when it comes to temperature changes or like climate changes. Okay, what do we see here? Not all weather systems that spawn are the same strength. Strength can change as they move across the map. Directly impacts the benefits and penalties. So what do we have for this one? Fronts are usually wide weather patterns, bringing rain from the oceans into lands. This has some negative impacts on armies and navies, but provides a large food production boost. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You get more rain, it can give you a lot more food, but it can also be too much if you get, like, flooding and stuff, and it can actually destroy your crops, so... Oh, I guess it moved through this location. Okay, when it's actively in that location. Okay, yeah, we can see, like, food production gets reduced during the actual thing. So yeah, the hurricanes that you get, they do have quite a few things. It's not actually just the wind damage that we see here, but it's also attrition for your armies. So like, this doesn't seem too bad. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world until you look at the attrition you get and it's like, damn, okay, that's a lot of additional attrition. And these things can last like a year or longer than a year. So you're just tanking additional attrition for fun. Just absorbing it directly into your bloodstream. Tons of attrition. That was the most annoying thing, is when I was trying to invade England to Scotland. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, massive wind damage. You're gonna have to stay home until the storm's over. And it's like, damn. Okay, I guess. Because it doesn't affect your armies if you're in your home territory. You don't get attrition in your own territory. Like, even from the wind damage, it's not completely flat. You are protected when you're home. But if you're standing in enemy territory, you take that additional attrition. And so it's like, these are peasant levies. If I just stay out here and they're gonna die, they're gonna take additional attrition just for fun. Maybe that's not a good idea, because those guys, you know, they're supposed to either die in a battle or go home and till the fields. You know, those are the two things they're supposed to be doing. You should be at least getting some attrition in your own territory. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Because I feel like at that point, you could just disband your levies and then raise them again. And so the workaround is the thing that most people will end up doing. It ends up just becoming another button to click at that point. Realism? I mean, yeah. Anyway, no stun locks. I said I would get through these. No more stun locks. We keep going. In deserts, you get sandstorms, of course. Those look pretty severe, actually. That's a lot of attrition. Not great. Yeah, don't like sand. Coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. True and real. Snowstorm as well. Oh, that is crippling. 7.6 army attrition. God damn. Do not try to invade any country during a snowstorm. We are not going to Russia, Chad. We're not invading Russia. It's not worth it. Let's see who stun locks at the most, YouTube or Twitch, chat. YouTube has the numbers advantage, so it's not fair. But sometimes someone new pops up in Twitch and I get to say like, hi, welcome to the chat, Tony326. We're going to Russia? Not with this attrition. We're not going. We're not going anywhere with these numbers. Although, funny enough, when I was playing Norway and I actually did invade Russia, I didn't really experience any snowstorms. Or maybe I did and I wasn't paying attention. But it didn't seem to affect that much if they did exist. I don't know. Anyway, we have Volcanoes. Let's go. Shout out Osarik. It's probably really late in Australia right now, so I don't think he's here. Or at least I would have missed his message if he were here. As if chasing Russian stacks into Siberia wasn't bad enough. No, it's fine. You don't even have to worry about that. Let's see. Any words, English. At any point, any one of them can erupt. Ruin RGOs, destroy buildings, kill a lot of people. We're bringing Pompeii back. Let's go. We're so back. I want to see your strategy playing Mongol hordes then. We simply maintain them as a tributary and then don't let them leave. So you only have to invade them once. I think that's the strat. Earthquakes, let's go. Japan Gaming. Alright, we have Volcano that may or may not erupt. And Earthquake Zone. Lovely. You know, it's really funny playing Naples. I didn't even realize. Pompeii round 2. We're bringing it back. Better than ever. It's like 3:30 a.m. in Australia right now. Okay, yeah. Hopefully Osirik's asleep then. Then they'll talk about mercenaries. Okay, so we could go through the dev responses, but I'm wondering if we should. Like a couple, maybe. Let's see. Many places are not perfect for humans. True and real. That is, factual. Gonna be a weather mechanic for drought? Lack of rain? I don't... Maybe? Does this answer the question, or does it... Wait, what? Wait, I didn't even zoom in, did I? My apologies, chat. First dev diary, and you can't even read what I'm reading. Here we go. Okay, classic. Let's go. Classic. Is there a weather mechanic for drought? Lack of rain question. Okay, thank you. Very cool. Are they random or scripted? Both. Okay, that works. Had a fun campaign in Naples. 2 cities destroyed and Black Death hit me hard in like 50 years. Man, that's crazy. What can I say? Skillish. Man, that would suck. If only he just had the same blessed RNG that I had in my Naples run. Man, that's a shame. That's tragic. Because I didn't have any earthquakes or volcano eruptions playing Naples, so... Can the Black Death trigger randomly? No. Well, there's a game rule for that, I think, but... If you keep it at default, then I think it always spawns in 1347 or 46. One of those years. But you can, if you really want, you can have it spawn at random. I don't know, well, I think random within reason. So like CK3 set by game rule? Yeah. There are a lot of those, actually. There are tons of game rules in EU5. There's a game rule for like plausible or ahistorical formable nations. And so obviously, you always turn on the ahistorical. Give me the wackiest, unlikeliest possible formable countries, and I'm very happy. Like, I changed that game rule specifically while playing Scotland because I wanted to form the Celtic Union. Which is a formable. And it's pretty cool. But I wouldn't really know because I didn't get to actually finish forming it. You know what's interesting about Scotland actually is that you can't form Great Britain. Actually, you have no formables as Scotland when you're playing Highland culture. I thought that was odd. I didn't check Scots culture. Maybe Scots culture gets like Britain or something. But yeah, if you don't have the ahistorical formables on, then yeah, you actually don't get a formable as Scotland. But anyway. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one actually, because we want to get through these as quickly as possible. Alright. Tinto flavor number 8. It feels like I actually didn't go through these for some reason. I don't know. But here we go. Morocco. Scots would be the one that gets Great Britain? Yeah. There is a flag for Scotland made UK. Okay, yeah, so I guess if you play Scots then, like Scots culture Scotland, then you get the UK formable. But if you play Highlander, if you play Alba, which is Highland culture Scotland, then you don't get one. I guess that makes sense though, doesn't it? Because Alba is like the name for... Isn't Alba the name for Britain, but in a particular language? So in a sense, Alba is the formable, but not really. I don't know. Anyway. Morocco, one of the countries that exists in 1337. I'm most interested to see if we get any of the any special things for like raiding and pillaging and privateering. No, not privateering, just piracy. I don't think they were doing privateering, were they? Maybe, I don't know. We'll read up on it, see if that's the case. We have instability, very, very good. Delicate balance between brute force and diplomacy. Look east to challenge Tlemcen. Is it Tlemcen or Tlemcen? Always pronounced it Tlemcen, but... Anyway, and then yeah, you have like a slight foothold up here in Granada. It's kind of funky that way. I guess you do start at war with Tlemcen, in that case. And I think Taf el-Alt is a subject. Also, funny thing about Morocco is, when I was playing Portugal, I decided to invade Morocco like once or twice. And I've always found that they didn't have that many levies. They didn't have that many units. So, kind of interesting. I wonder if they're a little bit decentralized at the start of the game then. That could be it. Or maybe they just have, actually no, does control even affect that? I don't remember. But, yeah. They don't seem super strong at the start, at least. Alba is Gaelic Scotland. Well, yeah, for sure. But I thought it also referred to, like, the entirety. Like the way Albion was a name for Britain by one of the local languages before the Romans came in. So I thought, because I'm pretty sure Alba is derived from Albion, which is a name for Britain somewhere in some language, probably. Is that Toy or Toe? Oh, this is Toe. It's Tugert. The tribes of Tugert. Fairly interesting diplomatic situation. Rivals with Castile and Tlemcen. War with Tlemcen. I don't remember what this is. Alliance, I suppose? And then you have your subject, which is Taf el-Alt. Tunis is an ally. Oh wait, is that Tunis? Oh, that's the Tunisian flag. Okay. Morocco starts at war with Tlemcen. Okay, nice. You starting privileges. The Waqf payments. More spiritualism. State satisfaction, equilibrium, tax efficiency reduction. Can't keep that. Maybe that's one of the ones you get rid of at the start of the game, possibly. Albion is Old Greek? Nah, there's no way. Nah, hold on. I refuse to believe that until I Wikipedia check that. I type in Albion and I get Albion Online, the video game. Stop it. Okay, alternative name for Great Britain. The oldest attestation of the toponym. That's a word in English. Okay, sure. Comes from the Greek language. That's crazy. That's crazy. The name for Scotland in most of the Celtic languages is related in Albion. Okay, no, stop. No more. No stun locking. No stun locking. Nope. Nope. I stopped myself. Don't worry, chat. No stun locking. We remain focused. We remain focused. Tribal strongholds. Max rural control. Okay, this would be a great thing to get rid of at the start of the game. There are a few like this, actually. There's one for the nobility that most countries have access to, called, like, banal lordship or something. And it also does something like this, where I think it reduces your max rural control, which is really bad because your rural control is going to be somewhere around like 20-something%. So -5 is pretty considerable. We have a parliament, which has a flavor name. Very nice. Sorting works of art. Cool. Unique advances. Coastal raiding. Let's go. Can hire privateers, and privateers will raid for slaves. Perfect. I mean, who else really are going to row the galleys? If you think about it. You think you're gonna hire people to row galleys? A professional navy? No. That's what the slaves are for. Playing as one of those oasis countries might be interesting. Maybe. Interesting in the same way that playing Greenland is interesting, but ultimately might involve incredible suffering. Possibly. And hello, Humter. I'm doing pretty alright. I hope you're doing alright as well. Barbary Coast, let's go. We love piracy. We love coastal raiding. Advance for the Maghrebi countries, of course. Huge. We got our wool output. That's a pretty significant amount of wool output. Unless the modifiers just, you know, maybe the modifiers are handed out like candy, I don't know, but that's 25%. That's pretty significant. Play Tonga in EU4, I can handle it. Real. God, that's real. If you've played Hawaii in EU4, you can probably... like, you have the mental fortitude to probably play any country in EU5. If you manage to sit through playing Hawaii, you can do anything. That's actually what they recommend in, like, the Buddhist teachings. That's how you concentrate your willpower, is you have to sit there and try to not get bored while playing as, like, Hawaii. That's how you achieve your inner peace. Trust me, I spoke to one Buddhist guy once. Yeah, Nirvana is accomplished by finishing the Surfing USA achievement. That's real. That's true. It's written down in the scriptures. That's what they told me. Anyway, yeah, so... I don't know where we were going with that tangent. Alright. Anyway, so a lot of wool output. Yeah, Buddha said it himself. That's what he... You can go back and read one of his quotes. It mentions Hawaii by name. Anyway. We have the Saharan gold trade, that's good. Interesting, though, that... like, okay, so the Saharan gold trade increases your gold output and minting threshold. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Sort of? Yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. Like, how else would you really, you know, make that into a unique advance? Sure, okay, gold output and minting threshold. I thought maybe it might give you, like, because there are unique minting laws. So I thought maybe it would give you a unique minting law or something, but, like, this is fine. Jaish armies. We get the Jaish armies estate privilege. In the Age of Absolutism. Okay, so that's not happening for a while. This is Age of Reformation. That's also not going to happen for a while. Age of Reformation, is that still during the, no, that wouldn't be during the Bullion Famine. This is colonialism, like peak colonialism, with, like, the disgusting amount of gold that Spain has at this point, so there is no longer a Bullion Famine. Not really. Well, I mean, kind of, for some parts. But I wonder why Saharan gold trade would have really ramped up during the Age of Reformation. I feel like it would have gone down during the Age of Reformation because of how much gold Spain was importing to Europe from the New World. But anyway, I want to consider updating the description a bit. Oh shoot, what did I do with the description? Wait. Wait, which one? Still says unofficially EU5? Oh, right. You're right. You're right. I didn't change that. It is officially EU5 now. In the official capacity. True. Thank you for that. I think it should be possible to implement coastal raiding in a way that isn't cancer. I mean, hopefully, but I don't remember how it works. I know sometimes you'll get a pop-up that's like, hey, someone's using their boats and they're like raiding your stuff, and then you go over and you're like, oh, yeah, no, let me just like use some ships and we'll increase maritime presence or something. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't actually look at that very much. Anyway, the Jaish armies, which gives you progress towards quantity and reinforcement speed. Okay. Fascinating, but not the end of the world considering it's the tribes, and I don't think they end up having that much power. Or at least when I was playing as Scotland, you also have a tribal estate, and they had 0 power. They had, like, pretty much negative power. If it were possible, they would have negative power. They had absolutely 0 influence whatsoever in my country. So I just gave them like 7 privileges because it didn't affect anything. So I'm like, all right, here, just have whatever I want you to have. Anyway, we have the Black Guard, available in the Age of Absolutism. A regiment, I don't know how it compares to the other regiments. At least in the game, when you look at your regiments and you want to hire something specific, it tells you how it compares to a base regiment, I think. So it's like, oh yeah, this unit is unique because it has, I don't know, like 5% increased combat power or something. I don't know what it is in this case. If I had to guess, I would say it looks like this thing, yeah, I don't know, I think maybe it has higher combat speed, maybe? I don't know. What's EU5? You mean Project Caesar? True. Now that they've released the trailer, we get to swap it around a little bit. Faster? They might be faster units. Like with combat speed, maybe. Or movement speed, could be. What do we have? More buildings, the Agadir. Built in towns and cities, increased food capacity, garrison size, fort level. That's a really good building, actually. And then we have a myriad of different production methods. I like how you can eventually use maize and potatoes. I like that. Yeah, cool. Another building type, maximum stockpile capacity. Oh, dude, this is massive. Oh, you can only build them in cities, though. And maybe you can only build one. I don't know. But this is a really good building. Like, a crazy good building. The +1 trade capacity? Oof. Oof, that's pretty good. I think a market is usually like 0.5 or something. So, like, you can only build it in a city, but, like, if you can build a lot of them... Oof, that's pretty good. Royal Garden. This one's interesting, actually. Because I think I've seen this in multiple different countries. Like, I think I remember building a Royal Garden as Norway, I think. So that's interesting, that it's in this dev diary. Let's move now to the narrative content for Morocco. The just defense of the Hafsid Sultanate of Tunis. Okay, what happened? Lemkin is harassing Tunis, and we're cool like that, so we're going to help them. Okay, cool. So, after the death of Abu Bakr II, his son, was supposed to take the throne in Tunis, and instead his brother assassinated him and seized power for himself. Okay. So we can either remove the usurper. Wait, hold on. The surviving loyalists have invited us into the country to help them remove the usurper after pondering the proposal. It can be our destiny to unite all the territories in the Maghreb and control the Saharan trade. Ooh, this could be good. Does this give you a claim throne CB then maybe? Interesting. Banu Marin. What is this about? Another early game event? One of the Amazigh tribes, okay. Would be soldiers, maybe? Let's accommodate them, not depend on the tribes. Interesting. With the two options. 33 towards traditional economy. That's crazy. that is actually crazy. Or minus 50% of state satisfaction. Damn. That is brutal. Either way, that's brutal. But you could have, like, better wool trade, I guess. Abu Zaid Khaldun. That's a guy. Good philosopher. Cool. Oh, probably like an artist. Okay, gotcha. What happens here? You can get the powerful vizierships. Oh, it just kind of happens. Gotcha. Resisting the autocratic tendencies of our Umara in subsequent events will lower the requirements to remove the government reform. Interesting. So this kind of gives you an early thing that you're locked into and you have to sort out. Increased aristocracy. Makes it expensive to replace the cabinet. And the clergy and burghers are blocked from the cabinet. Okay. So that's one of those things also. Okay, if you don't have the head of the cabinet, then you get reduced legitimacy. That's pretty brutal. Really limiting the pool of cabinet members you can pick from. And increasing your progress towards aristocracy. Definitely an early game management challenge. Oops. Your EU5 experience, thumbs up or thumbs down? It's my busy work season, not had time to watch anything beyond announcement. It's a thumbs sideways, slightly pointing up, but in a reserved manner. Yeah. It's like a, I mean, it's interesting what I've seen so far, but I'm really holding out until I play an entire campaign. Lol, what? It's like, it's good to the point that I've played, and like, it needs more, generally speaking, and it needs a few changes and some things fixed, and, you know, I still need to play an entire campaign. So, it's like a kind of thumbs up, but not like a fully committed thumbs up. That's, yeah, that's the best you're gonna get. I'm too cautious to say that the game is good at this point. Is it going to be better than EU4? It's gonna be a different game than EU4. Whether it's better or worse, I think is going to depend highly on whether or not you like the changes. Whether or not you like the way that the game is, like, completely different. Also, yeah, okay, we have these that we'll go through in a second, because I'll answer some questions. I have a question about armies in EU5, because I was watching a video about it and I heard the phrase, standing armies aren't a thing at the beginning of the game. Does that mean that there will be standing armies later? Yes. So there's actually a good example of this in my EU5 video, where I play Naples. Where you can watch towards, I think it's like 1490-ish, I think, I start to build a professional army. And that is your standing army. So, the units are smaller than levy units, but they're basically like compact levy units, because each individual professional unit is significantly stronger than each levy unit. So yeah, you're going to start with levies, and then eventually you're going to move on to a small professional army, and then you're probably going to still supplement the army with levies on the side, maybe, but for the most part, you're going to transition to a professional army because they just fight better, and also, when they die, it's not as bad as when the farmers die. When you raise levies, you're raising farmers. You know, just like some dude that was working the harvest last season, and now you're sending him off to war, and then when he dies, he's not going to be there to, like, till the fields. But the professional soldiers, that's their job. Like, they're literally, like, paid to go fight and die, so it's not as impactful on the economy. Also, they just fight better, so. Here's some that are noteworthy. First page, 1224, 2831. Second page, 6988. Thank you very much, Pelias. I appreciate that. We'll start with number 12 then. Any content for Saleh or Beau Regreg? For the Republic of Saleh, yes, but that will be in a different Tinto Talk. Also, these should be at risk for earthquakes, apparently. Okay, cool. 24. Will there be anything regarding the brief Idrisid restoration of 1465? The what? 1465 Moroccan Revolution. Oh, okay. And apparently, yes. The event chain in EU4 kind of ignored it. It went straight from the Marinids to the Wattasids. Man, I haven't played Morocco in EU4 in so long. Anyway. Levy casualties will affect the economy? Yeah. I mean, okay, so when you raise levies, it takes it out of your population pool when they're raised as units. So when you raise them as units, they're already not working, because they're in the army. And if they die, they just don't go back home. So, yeah. Like, as it turns out, when you get the guys to stop planting wheat and send them off to war and then they die, then there's less wheat that's being made. It's interesting how that works. I think you said before that those month-long EU4 battles aren't a thing anymore. Is there anything tangible that makes battles quicker, or is it just quicker? Well, yeah, so the difference is that ticks for battles are done on an hourly basis. So when you go into a battle, well, I mean, generally speaking, the game operates on an hour tick system. So welcome back, Hoi 4, but not really, because it's not 24 hours. I think it's between, like, I don't know, like 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. or something. There are like a limited number of hours that are actually counted, but yeah, so battles take place on hourly ticks, which is why they're resolved a lot faster. Movement is also done on hourly ticks, so movement and battles. Wait, maybe movement isn't done on hourly ticks. That might be wrong. I don't remember. It could be, it might not be. I mean, it would make sense if they were, but... Yeah, so battles resolve a lot faster because, you know, they happen within a few days, really. What do we have next? Number 28. How many tribesmen pops are in Morocco? They are a majority, okay. It could be changed. Number 31. Tuat is no longer a vassal of the Marinids. They start as a subject of Tafilalt. Oh wait, is that Tuat and not Tugurt? Hold on, pause. I have made a mistake. This is not Tugert, this is Tuat. This is Tugert. My bad. No more 35-day battles? True. Okay, what do we have next? 31, which we just read. So we have the next page. $69, nice. WACF payments. Does granting this privilege gradually increase development or infrastructure? Maybe there could be 3 levels, low, medium, high. Coast rating, age of traditions starting, but... Wait, and if I remember correctly, they last only during those age? In this case, the mechanics stay after the age of traditions. Yeah, I figured they would stay afterwards. I wonder if it can be forcefully abolished, though. Like, if a country can come in and be like, hey, actually, you're not doing that. I'm sorry, but the raiding will stop. I wonder if that's possible. Even if there are only 4 ticks per day, that still turns a 35-day battle into a 9-day one. Yeah, and there are like 12 ticks per day or something, I think. Or maybe more. But I don't think it's less. And then after that we have the last one, I think. Hold on. Yeah, 88 is the last one we need to cover. Question of exerting control and kind of unifying the tribes against the Moroccan hemisphere is an important and influential one. Did I say against? Okay, I should have said amongst if I didn't. We know that the sultans never exerted deep control over the whole country, rather did the tribes control local regions. One of the challenges for Morocco is reining in the tribesmen. Interesting. Interesting. Man, reading these dev diaries just really makes me want to play the game. I'm suffering from withdrawal symptoms. I need to play the game more. I need to beg them for secret additional early access. If I just ask enough times, surely. Surely they'll relent. Because I'm like, oh, well now I want to play Morocco. The dev diaries do a really good job of making me want to play the game. But in this case it's sad because I can't. Just don't have it anymore. Have you sent some feedback about Scotland tribesmen, or did you not find them as an issue? I don't know what they wanted to do with the Highlanders, the Highland tribesmen. They just never had influence. Like, even swapping to Highland culture. Actually, that could have done it, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, I didn't really have a lot of tribesmen pops. Or maybe I did, but they just started converting to laborers and peasants at some point. I don't know. I just never really had an issue with the tribesmen in Scotland. They never really had much power. You had EU5 for 2 weeks and you're already addicted? I mean, yeah, I played like 109 hours of the game. I thought I was no-lifing it. The only person I'm aware of that no-lifed it to a degree that is genuinely insane is Generalist Gaming. Because he put in, like, actually over 200 hours, and that guy, he was meal planning, he was sleeping like 4 hours a night. He was dedicated to the grind. I wonder how he's doing right now. Because that was actually his life for 2 weeks. I thought I was no-lifing it, but I have nothing on that guy. Yeah, outside Johan's office is just like, please, 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 please. Can I please have a U5, please? Please, can I have it back? I'm gonna fly back to Spain. I'm gonna go... I'm gonna go back to the Tinto office. Please, 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 please. Okay, one more. Well, more than one more. Actually, we're not making... okay, I was gonna say we're not making bad time, but no, that was actually 2 dev diaries in an hour. I'm cooked. We're gonna have to keep going. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. Ooh, isn't that nice? This actually goes hard as hell, by the way. The full plate armor with the pistol, that goes crazy. Possibly the coolest era in warfare is when you have guys in big metal armor and they also have guns. Like, pike and shot was crazy for that. Yeah, dude really said, parry this, you filthy casual. Not worth no-lifing like he did, but I totally understand why he did it. Yeah. 227.5 hours divided by 2 weeks is 16.25, so about 16 to 17 hours a day. He was grinding it. And leaving an insane amount of feedback, too. Okay, what else do we have? We have mercenaries and prisoners of war. I did experience that a little bit, the prisoners of war. You can, like... Well, I guess they'll talk about it a little bit more, but I experienced it a little bit where sometimes if you stack wipe some professional troops, then you can take them as prisoners of war. And you can ransom them back for the world's smallest amount of money. But I think it also... I think if you ransom them back, then I think it decreases your antagonism slightly. Or maybe it increases it, I actually don't remember. But you can ransom them back. Anyway, yeah, we have our 3 types of regiments: levies, regulars, and mercenaries. So yeah, you have your levies, your professional, your standing army. This is, you know, helps answer a previous question. Then we have the mercenaries as well over here. I get to use my button. Boom. Look at that. Mercenaries. The mercenaries aren't very big though. I've noticed that they're pretty expensive, and sometimes you'll hire mercenaries and it's like actually 27 people. I've noticed that before. $1,440 men in the left flank, 545 in the center, 2567 in the right flank, and 373 in the reserves. Am I crazy, or is that like a terrible composition? Your center is gonna fold like a lawn chair. You're gonna get absolutely spearheaded through the center, and then your left flank is going to get crushed. Rookie tactical error, to be honest. Anyway, hiring mercenaries. When you hire a mercenary company, you will first need to find a commander that can raise the company for you. That makes sense. More competent commanders cost more gold. Number of regiments you can raise depend on the admin ability of the commander and the amount of possible mercenaries the POWs of that area have. Or has. They come from the POWs. Wait, mercenary regiments rely on having their soldiers come from POWs. Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. When I was playing the game, I was like, hold on. I have a bunch of soldiers, but I don't actually have a building for these soldiers, so why do I have like 100 soldier POWs? Oh, okay, because they become mercenaries. Yeah, That makes sense, actually. Negative stability and low control determines how many POWs are willing to leave home and become mercenaries. I guess that kind of makes sense. The type of regiment that a mercenary can raise depends on what regiments are commonly available in the area. Reasonable, makes sense. If you found a nice 99 admin commander, he may not be able to raise enough of a certain regiment that you want. Oh, wait, just because you have a nice 99 admin commander. I see. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So you define the contract length and the units that you want to hire. That's pretty cool. Pretty good commander, which can lead a pretty big army. Interesting. I think mercenaries are better than levies, by the way. So, like, super early game, if you have the money, mercenaries can be really good. If I recall, Scipio Africanus annihilated Hasdrubal by putting his heavy infantry on the flanks, filling the center with auxiliaries, crushing through the sides, and flanking. I mean, that is if you don't outflank your enemy. Like, it's the craziest gamble of all time. Like, it could work, but then also you can just get crushed in the center and not be able to respond fast enough before one of your flanks gets crushed. Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily a bad idea in that, like, it can work, but maybe is not ideal, possibly. It's risky. Hasdrubal wasn't really expecting that, and his confidence was bolstered by previous victories, so it worked then. Yeah, that could also be a reason. But anyway, yeah, we're not stun locking on this. We keep going. I will not allow myself to get further stun locked, I promise. Contracts and extensions. Yeah, you can auto-extend. That makes sense. Each new contract signed or extended has a signing fee, of course. Oh right, you can also bribe them. Yeah, so just because a contract is signed doesn't mean that the mercenary will stay loyal for that entire contract. Other countries can come around and just offer more money to buy their loyalty. Let's go. No allegiance except to money. Huge. You can rent out your armies. So we got the good old condottieri. Oh yeah, you earn gold, but then your regiments also get experience. That's a thing that we don't have in EU4, is unit experience. You just rent out condottieri to get free money, but in this case, if you don't have a lot of, you know, practice with your army, then you can rent it out. Well, we do, it's called drilling. Yeah, but like when you fight a battle, the units that survive aren't any better than they were beforehand. That's what I mean. Like, fighting a battle does not improve your units. Then you get army tradition? Okay, but I mean, it's just not the same. Because that's like a global modifier. But anyway. Anyway, still not kind of, but yeah. I like the idea of having experience. It'd be interesting if condottieri weren't actually something you could create or control, but were an element of your noble factions mucking about. Yeah, but that could get super annoying. I think it's the same reason that they don't have, like, general loyalty. It would be interesting, but it could also be really annoying. And sometimes you gotta get rid of the annoying parts to have a fun game, you know? Prisoners, sometimes you overrun the enemy and you can capture regiments. Overrun is what players refer to as a stack wipe. It's actually really funny that it's not officially called a stack wipe. I didn't know that. Okay, so it's officially called overrun. That's cool. What happens when you have 10 to 1 odds or when the other side has 0 morale and you have a larger army? Or in EU4 when the other side has no morale and you have like 7 guys and it just works that way anyway. Well, sometimes. There are multiple ways to deal with prisoners if you don't want to keep them around and feed them. No matter what though, the prisoners will die off slowly over time, as this is not the age of the Geneva Convention. Okay, so you can ransom them back, you get a little bit of money, and they get the stuff back. You can recruit them to fight as mercenaries for you, but that means you have to pay them. Yeah, and I found that they're kind of expensive a lot of the time, but yeah, and then you can just execute them. It impacts your aggressive expansion, or your, I don't remember what it's called. It's not called that anymore. I want to say enmity, but it's not enmity. Antagonism, that's the one. Yeah. I guess they haven't gotten to that yet. We'll get to antagonism later, maybe. Then the fourth one, the fourth option you will know more about when we talk about the Nahuatl faith in a future Tinto Talk. Guys, I can't possibly imagine what that fourth option would be. I wonder what option the fourth one would give us. I wonder if there's anything that's core to the entire system of Aztec warfare. Could it be something sun god? Maybe. Possibly. It makes me want to play the Aztecs whenever the Aztecs are, like, ready to be played. Like, whenever the content is full and done for the Aztecs, like, I want to be there. I want to be there no matter what. Because I want to know, how do they represent the Aztec system of warfare in the game? Because, like, when the Aztecs went to battle, like, obviously, you're killing those guys, but on the other hand, you're also trying to capture them. You're trying to capture them alive and bring them back to your capital, so that you can sacrifice them. That was, like, a really big part of Aztec warfare, was capturing warriors in battle as prisoners and bringing them back home for sacrifice. So, like, is there a lowered lethality rate? Do you have, like, a higher prisoner capture rate, maybe? I don't know. But that would be interesting to see. Unrelated question, are severed human hearts a trade resource in-game? No, you can't trade those, you have to offer them up on the altar. You have to get them, like, straight from the source. Yeah, the Aztecs, they get to befriend prisoners, yeah. They're just really good friends with the enemy armies. They don't even kill them, they just... Yeah, they give them friendship bracelets, of course. They're just, binding eternally until you die. You trade them to the sun god so that the sun rises again next day. True. You offer the fragment of the sun that lies within the heart of the captured warrior, and you release it from his heart as an offering to... Oh shoot, I don't remember his name. Is it Huitzilopochtli? Wait, is that the one? Who do they actually offer it to? Well, yeah, okay, like, no, that's a stun lock, we're not doing that, I caught myself, whoop, we're not doing that. I am not going to Aztec stun lock myself. Quetzalcoatl? That could be the one, maybe. I don't remember if it was like an offering to a specific god, or if it was just generally like, we gotta release the fragment of sun that exists in his heart and give it back. Trade-off for I receive yummy hearts, you receive sunshine, something like that. Let's go there, I know you want to. Nope. I am restraining myself. No more stun locks. If mercs are recruited from POWs, then what's the difference between recruiting POWs into your own nation army? Until you develop your standing army, mercs are a good way to increase your troop availability. True, real, and based. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mercenaries, a lot more useful in the early game, and then you have to build an actual army, tragically. We have number 40. Can characters be captured on the battlefield? There are some contexts in which it can happen. Let's go, Aztec bros, we're so back. Number 55. Negative stability increases or decreases the willingness to become mercenaries, and if it increases it, how does it work for Switzerland? Little mercenaries despite their historic willingness to become mercenaries. Less stability equals more willingness. We'll talk more about Switzerland in the future. Okay, 66. What happens in late game with mercs when all the nations have standing armies? Standing armies will be much more important, but mercenaries can still be relevant. There are a few historical examples, such as the Hessians. True. Or, what am I thinking of? I believe there was was it a specific... Was it a mercenary company? I don't remember, but there was like a contingent, or a contingency? Like a regiment of Polish troops that I think were mercenaries that were sent to Haiti by... I mean, it was the French, but I don't remember if it was Napoleon or not. So that might be a historical example if they were mercenaries, but they might not have been, and I don't remember. But yeah, they were sent to Haiti during the Haitian Revolution, and then they got there and they're like, wait, we're not gonna kill these guys. Like, what? They got there and they're like, wait a second. Like, these guys are like fighting to break out of slavery. Like, we're not gonna kill them. They just defied orders completely, if I'm remembering correctly. German mercenaries were used pretty frequently on both sides of the American Revolutionary War, weren't they? I actually have no idea. I'm just gonna say I believe you without checking. I think that's a good idea. Okay, we have 76. A revolution's not a thing. The revolution is a situation. We will talk about it, of course, naturally. $91. Do mercenaries need goods for maintenance besides money? All different units in an army need goods for maintenance. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they draw on those resources from the market, which they would. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's not like it's your own personal stuff. It's whatever's in the market, which isn't exclusively yours. Okay, and then we have 100. Can you recruit mercenaries from POWs that you haven't accepted yet? If they're in the mercenary pool, yes, based. Where does the money that you pay to the mercenaries go? The local economy? It mostly vanishes, but maybe it would be interesting if some of the money goes to the POWs of the origin region. Time for the mercenary industrial complex. Okay, if you recruit mercenaries from minorities, can they stab you in the back later and become rebels trying to make their country independent again? They're separated instances, but it may also be interesting to link them. Yeah, like imagine that you've hired mercenaries from a region that is becoming more rebellious. Like you're in the middle of a war, you have a region, it's about to try to split off and fight an independence war from you, and you've hired mercenaries from that region. What if those mercenaries are like, yeah, screw these guys, we're gonna fight for independence? That would be... It would be interesting. But would it make sense? Because these are... They do fight for gold. They are mercenaries. So, like, maybe they wouldn't necessarily have that sort of nationalism that would drive them to abandon their contracts for money and fight for the rebellion. I don't know. Provisions were still up to the employer, if I remember correctly, for mercenaries, I mean. Probably varied. If I had to guess. In some cases, probably provisions were on the employer, but then there might have been some mercenary companies that were just like roaming mercenary bands that already had people in the company with their own equipment and just kind of like go between contract to contract. I don't know. Anyway. What do we have next? 175. Are the commanders my characters? Other nation characters are nobodies? They're nobodies? Okay. Pumps from the area. Okay, yeah. If they are my pumps... How are these different from levies? Yeah, you're not recruiting population. That's pretty big. Do the mercenary commanders act as generals? Do they have to? Yes. You pay them as long as they have a single regiment around. For this one. Yeah, that makes sense. Is there any indication of likelihood of accepting bribes? Of accepting bribes or history attached to mercenary groups? I have no idea what this question is asking. It's all about the money? Good answer. I don't know what he's asking either. If I capture mercenaries as prisoners, who pays the ransom? You can't ransom them? Death it is, I guess. The Polish Haitians, about 5,200%, 4,000 died of illness, that's tragic. And suffered, and the surviving ones admired the rebels. Wait. Okay, yeah, so 4,000 of them died, and the surviving ones admired the rebels. 500 of those soldiers turned on the French. That's pretty based. Get sent to put down slave revolts, and then you join the side of the slaves revolting. Based. Okay, what's next? 176, 177, and 204. Okay. Will they be available as army-based countries? Nothing we have made yet, but it's a good idea. Ooh, interesting. Can marauder bands arise? If the employer country runs out of money to pay the mercenaries and nobody wants to bribe them, oh, maybe. Like an army-based country, true, where they're like, you know what, screw it. We're just gonna, like, steal stuff. We can make a lot more money by just terrorizing everybody. It also creates an interesting player versus environment. I think it's nice to have a lot more, like, instead of just player versus other AI, okay, I guess that's the same thing. But what I mean is, create more factions. It's not just like you fighting other countries, but like, oh yeah, by the way, we have rowdy mercenary companies that are gonna like raid stuff. You know? Then the last one was 204. If we hire our army out as mercenaries, is it the AI that takes control, or are we waging war for the AI? Oh, the AI controls it. Interesting. Wait. Oh, okay, yeah. If we hire our army out as mercenaries, then whoever hires them gets to control them. That kind of makes sense. No more cheese, tragically. That's a shame. Can't rent out your condottieri for 20 ducats a month and then just do nothing. That's a shame. Okay, so that was mercenaries. We're gonna move on to the next one, as quickly as possible so we can at least hammer out a few more of these. Hold on, let me get something to drink. Hi, Rachel. It's the difference between other civs and barbarians? Yeah, basically. It makes sense, but I don't trust the AI with my toys. Then just don't give them your toys. Don't let them have them. If they're paying for the full army, you should expect that they're going to try and use the whole army. It's like when you buy a car, and you get the whole speedometer, so you gotta try out using the whole thing. That's how it works. Okay, Hungary. I've heard good things about playing Hungary. Apparently they are a pretty decent country to play if you're really new to the game. And so naturally, I didn't play them. But supposedly, I mean, I saw Hungary in my games and they seemed pretty strong. So maybe a good country to play when you start the game off if you're gonna try and boot the game up for the first time, then maybe. Also, if anybody's experienced in playing EU4, I would unironically recommend trying Scotland in EU5. I think it's like a good mix of the game not being too easy from you playing a lot of EU4, but also not being incredibly difficult. Because you can pretty much pad your diplomacy, like you can ally France, and France can beat up England, and you can also beat up England while France is beating up England. So like, it's just pretty alright, it's pretty cool. Anyway, Hungary. For centuries, the great kingdom of Hungary defended the border of Christendom from the pagans and heathens beyond it. Recent noble rebellions put this duty in danger, but thanks to the iron hand of King Dangio Karoli, the disgruntled nobles have been reined back under his rule, and the Christian bastion is renewed and reinforced. Alright. For this moment, the House of Anjou is taking its naming from the Italian variant of it. Okay, yeah, so that's why Provence and Naples started in a union, and then you can get that union with Hungary as well. That's because they're all part of the same dynasty. Interesting. I mean, I guess I should have known that from playing EU4. That's like the whole Provençal mission tree is about that. Starting diplomatic situation. Poland is allied while Croatia is in a personal union. I wonder when, actually, Croatia gets more territory in this union. Because at the start of EU4, they have more of this stuff, right? Although I don't know if that's historically accurate either. I don't know. Hungary's embargoing Austria as a result of the pact made with Bohemia. Okay, interesting. Monetary fiefs, centralization, goaded, maximum tax for the noble estate. Okay, maybe not that great. Same with levy size. Not a unique privilege, but one of the ones that Hungary starts with. Invite German settlers. So this one, I guess, is what allows you to specifically invite German settlers as that interaction. Reduces the maximum tax for the peasant's estate, but that's what's going to allow you to actually ask for settlement. Oh, okay, never mind. It triggers a recurring event. I thought it would be an interaction. Okay. Due to plague and war, our country is mostly depopulated and the small number of peasants are spread very thin over the vast territories. Okay, yeah, so you ask for settlers. Okay, sure. 283 Danube Bavarian pups migrate each month. the next 48 months. That is a considerable number of people. Classical flavor parliament. Nice. Oh my god, Hungarian. That's a language. I don't even want to know how to pronounce this, actually. Kings of Naples and Hungary, and Naples was somehow more prestigious. Italian moment. Yeah. Whose actual name was the Kingdom of Sicily, but that's a whole Pandora box to open. Yeah, okay, and the Holy Roman Empire was called the Roman Empire, sure. Why not? Works of art, very cool. Realm of many cultures. Culture capacity +2 is really big, actually. That's pretty huge. Helps Hungary manage all of the different cultures it starts with, and also portrays a historical policy followed by many Hungarian kings in the Middle Ages. This is Age of Renaissance, though. Oh wait, yeah, Renaissance, not Reformation. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, that's pretty early. That's really good, actually. The +2 cultural capacity. Oof. That's massive. Isn't Naples the backwater of Italy? Okay, it's like underdeveloped in a lot of southern Italy at that time as well. But the city of Naples was kind of poppin'. The city itself was kind of goated. But like the rest of it, could be better, you know? EU5 has the potential to be 100 times better than Victoria 3 just with a mod, and that will never not be funny to me. I'm not going to stun lock on that too much, but I feel like Victoria 3 models politics better than EU5 will be capable of doing. That's like the main difference. If you're looking for that political simulator, you're probably going to find it more in Victoria 3 than you're gonna find it in EU5. Unless they make the interest groups DLC for EU5 or something, I don't know. Anyway, you get your that's a significantly increased cavalry power, just from an advance too. Jeez, that's crazy. Hungarian Black Army Regiment, which has I don't know what is improved about this. Oh, reduced strength damage taken. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty obvious one. Nice. Politics are a bit better. Yeah, I think the way that Victoria 3 links, like, standard of living and politics and political movements and, like, radicalism, I mean, like, you just don't have that in EU5. So. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I still think, I mean, far be it from me to make this prediction, but yeah, I think EU5 is going to be a much more popular game than Vic 3. I think it's just the bar is kind of low for that, for where Victoria 3 is right now and where EU5 appears to be right now. Naples was a big deal until the Industrial Revolution started wombo comboing and everything. Something like that. Cold this take ever this? Oh yeah, that's true. For a second I forgot what a cold take meant. Yeah, no. Yeah. Hey Halifax Zen, just started EU4, played Vic 3 and felt on. I would probably recommend holding off a little bit on learning Vic 3 for like a month, because there's going to be an update. They released that roadmap for the dev diaries, and it looks like Victoria 3 is going to have an update in like pretty much a month. So you're gonna have to relearn trade, by the way, and diplomacy, and no, those are the two main things: diplomacy and trade. Anyway, let's see. We have this regiment, the Hungarian Black Army, then we have the Bulwark of Christianity. That's an advance you can get in the Age of Reformation. Just 10% more manpower, sure. Hungarian Hussars. Cool. So you get the Hungarian Hussars. Obviously, we're going to get the Polish Winged Hussars, right? Like, they wouldn't do that to us. They wouldn't give us Hungarian, but not Polish Hussars. You know, I never even realized that there might be combat performance and terrain impact for different things. I didn't even think about that, actually. But yeah, you know, it makes sense, because cavalry is really not that great in wetlands. Don't ask the British what happened at Passchendaele. Generally not maybe the greatest idea. That was Passchendaele, right? Hold on. It's a short, it's a slight stun lock, okay? I promise. Maybe it's actually not a small stun lock, because I can't find what I'm looking for. I thought Passchendaele was the one where it got so bad that horses actually got trapped in mud. Oh shoot, that wasn't even the British. Damn, dude. That was the Canadian court ordered to Passchendaele. Oops. That wasn't even like, oh, don't ask the British what happened, bro. Don't ask me what happened at Passchendaele. Oopsies. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Anyway. Also, in the Age of Reformation, you'll get these advances, depending on which religion you follow. Catholic Shield, Hungarian Reformation, Realm of Many Religions. Okay, so you get to pick. Wait. Mutually exclusive advances? Interesting. So Catholic Shield, Tolerance to the True Faith, Monthly Religious Influence. Reformation, Cost of Church Actions, Tolerance of the True Faith, and then you get Tolerance of Heretics and Heathens. King Dangio Karoli. Okay, so we can get the absolute rule of Karoli, which gives him more admin efficiency and another cabinet seat. Or the nobility are just happier, okay? Congress of Visegrad. There's an agreement stipulating that should one or the other king pass away without a male heir, their realm would inherit the lands of the other. That's a crazy pact. Should either die without a proper heir, then the other character will inherit the deceased's throne. That's crazy. Interesting. Okay, leads to a follow-up event. Unique diplomatic relations. Create a Union of Crowns pact with Poland. Dude. Hold on. Both countries will be called to each other's defense if attacked. Disallows war declarations between the two countries. gain opinion and trust, union of crown succession, union of crowns pact forever, changes your succession. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary liked to do that back in the day. That's crazy. I didn't realize that that's how that whole thing happened. Just like the bromance is off the charts. Like, hey bro, if I die without an heir, I'm gonna give you my entire kingdom. And he's like, bro. Same bro. So like... That's really funny. Wasn't Poland an elective monarchy or something? I think that came after. I'm pretty sure that came after. That was, like, Poland, didn't they become an elective monarchy after the union with Lithuania or something? I don't think they were like that beforehand. Varna was the fourth, right? No. Varna is the crusade just before the start of EU4, I think. Actually, I think the 11th of November, 1444, is like the day that they lost an absolutely crippling battle or something. In the Crusade of Varna. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, it ends in November 1444. The Fourth Crusade... I don't remember what the name of the Fourth Crusade is. Was it also called the Crusade of Varna? Are there two Crusades of Varna? Because that would be funny. I think it's just called the Fourth Crusade. Yeah, I don't know if there's a name for it. But that was the one where they said, you know what, screw it, we're sacking Byzantium. We're taking stuff from Constantinople, screw those guys. Doesn't necessarily mean that both may unite if both have an heir, as historically happened. For instance, this is from the gameplay I was doing to take the screenshots. Yeah, so you're still going to have, like, the Regency. Yeah, okay. Gold of Hungary. You can lift the ban. Or unlimited gold export. Let's go. I love inflation or something. Unlimited export. Trade advantage. Gold output. Silver output. Income from minting. Free trade progress. I actually don't remember that as a policy. Oh, you know why? I think that's because policies get added on. Or not policies. Country values get added on as the game continues. Because I remember in the Age of Exploration, you get a new one that's called Inwards versus Outwards. Or something like that. And so the free trade must be like a mercantilism thing, like free trade versus mercantilism. Oh wait, it literally says that. Okay, I'm just stupid, never mind. Like, it's actually right here. I just don't read. Polish monarchy was technically elective in the sense that you can elect your king as long as it was a Piast or a Jagiello or at some point. Wacky. Renew the ban to get more mercantilism. Let's go. We love forcing your colonies to trade only with you and stifling economics or something. Order of St. George. Order of Chivalry Law. Order of St. George Policy. Okay. Increased levy size. Has a chivalric order. And what on earth is that? I have no idea. Interesting character to recruit. Some kind of general, I suppose. Nice. Neapolitan Prince Consort. You may also be a secondary character in a Neapolitan plot. I had this happen to me. That's what this was. The Neapolitan Prince Consort is married to the Queen of Naples, but you can decide, hey, actually, we should make him the real king. Not just the king consort, but like the king. And then you go to the Pope and you're like, hey, we're gonna give you like a ton of money or something. I don't remember. Do you want to name the king consort of Naples as like the actual king and undermine the succession by removing the queen from power in the country? And then he says yes because he likes money or something. But yeah, that's kind of what happened to me in Naples in that game. And then I said like, no, we're not gonna let him do that. That's dumb and stupid and dumb. Okay, I don't know how much we have to look at with the Hungary dev diary, but we're gonna try and be a little quick with it. Because it has been... oh my god, how long has it been? Almost 2 hours! Chat, we've been through like 3 or 4 of these. Okay, we gotta go fast. Number 13, 23, 39... okay, start with those ones. 13. Order of the Dragon Military Order. There's an event for it as an Order of Chivalry. Okay, I don't know what that means, but sounds good. 23. Not much to talk about with Croatia. Okay. Number 39. Late game flavor question mark. Adam Francis. Pioneer of Pan-Slavic activism. That's crazy. Okay, we've got number 55. No flavor for Orthodox Hungary. Focusing mostly for the historical content. That makes sense. It is the base game release. How often does Transylvania become a vassal? Depends on how Hungary and its neighbors are performing. Not scripted. Might happen organically. Okay. 84. Do more countries have the Union of Crowns succession? It's a unique one. Okay. 93. How do the scripted mercenary companies work like John Hawkwood? John Hawktua. I'm sorry. I had to do it. You know, you understand. For Florence. White company event. Hire it for some money. Okay, cool. Okay, neat. Has a couple of regiments, cool. And then after being hired, you have them as a mercenary company, and that's what it looks like. Nice. Okay, then we have... wait, did I bypass 91? Wait. 91 question mark? Peculiar. We'll go to 99 for a second. Golden Bull of 1222. No taxes for the nobility. That's crazy. And few levies as well. Shrug. What does that mean, Pelias? You put number 91 and then I checked. There's no number 91. 84, 93, 91, 99? Unless you meant 97. And then we get, like, more clothing. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Quick, we move on. Let's talk about, pottery, my favorite. We love clay and kilns and stuff. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Got like wax, and bees, and candles and stuff. Real 15th century scholars understand the pain of having a candle on your desk trying to read something and then the wax gets splattered on it. Okay, improvements to the economic system. Okay, maybe this is stuff that we'll just be familiar with at this point. Okay, so they did split spices. Saffron, pepper, and chili. Huge. Dates merged into fruits. Soybeans merged into legumes. Added beeswax for everything from honey to candles. Sure. 2 new produced goods were also added. Pottery and furniture. Pottery made from clay, demanded by both POWs and many buildings that produce alcohol, makes sense. Furniture requires lumber to be produced and is primarily demanded by POWs, while some administrative buildings require a small amount of furniture regularly as well. I suppose. Some goods have increased base prices like lumber and salt. Demands have been changed. Salt, as an example, is now required for maintenance of auxiliary regiments and for market buildings. Salt's one of those big ones. Salt, historically speaking, was like crazy important. Possibly one of the most important things, like a resource that you could have. We don't think about it much because we have like refrigeration nowadays. But before that, if you wanted to preserve food, salt. Or sugar. But until we had like a lot of sugar, it was salt. And so like salt was the big boy good that you needed to have. You needed to have a lot of that. Or honey, I guess you could, but I don't think it was as common as just getting a whole barrel of salt and stuffing a bunch of meat into it. But yeah, super important for preserving anything that could expire. But yeah, there were different methods of preservation. Honey was one of those. Productivity and specialization. Improve specialization, make different locations more unique when it comes to the industry. Nice. Soft building cap, where every town can support 25 building levels, every city 100 building levels. Oh wait, really? Oh. And each development point in a location adds another building level. Okay, I see. So there's a baseline of 25, but you have like 30 developments, so you can have 55 buildings. Okay. Each level above the cap increases building costs in that location by 10%. Okay, so you can build more. This, besides making you want to diversify your cities, makes the decisions to go from guilds to manufactories to mills something you want to strive for. Okay. So you want to try and upgrade those buildings. Every single level of a building adds another 1% production efficiency. Oh, we're so back, Victoria 3 bros. We're so back. Preservation was either salting or brining or drying, typically through smoking, true, which required wood. Salt and lumber being expensive checks out. Yup, for sure. But yeah, we have our throughput bonuses again, let's go! This serves to represent economies of scale, so if you have a town with a level 8 brewery, you produce 8% more beer than having 8 towns with one level 1 brewery each. Thirdly, we have added a mechanic that we've used in previous games and added benefits to having raw materials produced locally. Oh, really? Okay, if you have access to the input goods in the same province as a building is in, you get up to 10% more production efficiency. I didn't even notice this when I was playing the game. It's actually really good that I'm reading these dev diaries. What's throughput? Okay, it might not be throughput in this case, but in Victoria 3, throughput means that the entire production process is scaled up. So if you have like 10% increased throughput, then you take in 10% more materials and produce 10% more goods. So it increases the scale of the entire process. The reason that's good is because you're able to scale up a little more without having to build more buildings, and especially without having to employ more people. So it makes your population more efficient. In this case, though, if you just get a production efficiency, then it might not increase the input goods, and just increases the output. Which would eventually mean that resource production would get significantly bloated in the late game. Because the more that you stack up this modifier, the more things get produced with the same number of inputs. So we'll see how that works out. Anyway. So this is really important. I didn't even realize this. That's kind of cool. Finally, we halved the base amount of levels of RGO you can have in a location, which were tied heavily to population and development, and then gave rural... it's so hard to say that word for some reason. Rural locations a 100% boost to RGO levels. That's pretty good. Naturally makes the choice of where you build your towns and cities more interesting. Yep. I think I briefly talked about that in my Greenland EU5 video. So we have amount produced, we have 3 wheat breweries, so that's a base of 3, access to input goods, times 1, market access. Oh, that changes your output. The market access. I hadn't considered that. Interesting. So you have that output, and then after that you get the modifiers. So the literacy improves production. Estate satisfaction affects your production. Having wheat in the area can improve production, and then 3 level... Okay, so a level 3 building gives you +2, that makes sense. Minting was reworked. Okay, so it just uses something called precious metals, which right now just includes gold and silver. Some part of me kind of hopes that you can localize what counts as minting. Like, maybe it doesn't have to be precious metals, it can be some other thing that's used as currency, but that could get really complicated really quickly, so I don't know. Worth noting that salt wasn't the only preservative. Anything acidic or antimicrobial could work. Other herbs and spices, vinegar, and even fats were commonly used as preservatives. True. But we love that salt. They should have pearl minting for seashell currencies that some natives used. I was thinking as well, actually, I don't know how strong the evidence for this is, but stuff like cocoa as currency. That was used in Mesoamerica. Maybe used in Mesoamerica. I don't know how solid that the current literature on that is. Anyway. Right. Minting requires access to gold and silver, and if a country cannot get it from their market, then they can't produce more money. I actually noticed that. Poking around at a few countries. Like, when I played in North America a little bit, I noticed that I couldn't mint anything. Because there's no gold, and there's no silver, so you're just not making money. You're not printing money, at least. But you can still tax people. Population changes... one thing we noticed through testing was how the entire raw materials economy could basically ignore deaths as long as you had enough peasants around, because living peasants would just instantly fill the vacancies caused by deaths. I mean, true. We decided to change that by splitting peasants into the 3 different pops: laborers, soldiers, and peasants. Okay, that's a good change. That's a really good change. I didn't even know that that was a change, but yeah, this is what it looks like right now. Promotion's been reworked, where not all types of pops promote as quickly. I noticed that as well. I had sort of an issue playing as Norway, trying to get enough burgers as I was establishing more towns, so... But yeah, POWs promoting to clergy and nobles promote at 10% of the promotion speed, while POWs promoting to burghers promote at 50% of the speed. POWs becoming laborers, though, are 150% of that speed. Okay. So laborers are easy to train, which kind of makes sense. Changed how POW demands work. Demands scale by development of a location. POWs in more advanced parts of the world will now demand far more goods. Interesting. POWs now no longer get their goods entirely for free, but the estates will have to pay for the goods with the money that they have after taxes. I like this. Severely limits the snowball effect on having rich estates invest in making themselves and the country richer. Yeah, that was one concern that I had, was the potential for estates to snowball if you couldn't tax them enough. Because they can, well, because also when they have more power, they can block you from increasing taxes. So it's like, you know, if they build enough buildings that give them enough power, then they have to pay fewer taxes, which gives them more money to build more buildings to pay fewer taxes. So, yeah. At least they do have to actually spend money on stuff that they want now. Which also drives demand for, like, trade and, well, I guess it always did that, but anyway, they actually have to spend money. Another problem that was identified through testing was that basing the distribution of income in a location on the political power of the estates was that in almost all cases, the commoners got nothing and the nobles got everything. Classic. Which meant that you never wanted to tax your commoners, but wanted to squeeze everything out from the nobles. Oh, never mind. While being an admirable goal, it does not reflect historical reality as much. True. We love taxing the peasantry. There are simply more of them, so I think we should tax them more. Before we added the Cossacks, tribes, and Dhimmi estates from feedback, there was a one-to-one direct connection between a specific POW type and which estate they belonged to. Ooh. Did not want to do something performance crippling like splitting POWs into one per building. Yep, that could be bad. We went with pooling all income in a location and distributing it by political power. Now though that has changed and we instead distribute it per a fixed fraction per POW in the estates. So commoners and burghers get money you want to tax from their work. Okay, a whole lot of words. I'm not exactly following all of them. But it looks like all of the estates can actually get money and you can tax them reasonably. I think that's what we're getting at. Even for a short time, but here's some dev responses. Damn, okay. Thank you, Pilias. Most dedicated chatter, but like, unironically, that's not even a joke. Thank you. More of them, and they don't have private armies. I think we should give the estates private armies. I think that would be an excellent idea. Actually, that's not even a joke. Well, it's kind of a joke. Sort of. I do want private armies to be a thing in the game. But I want them to be mainly, like, privately chartered companies. Like, if you're playing England, I want some wealthy nobleman to come up to you and be like, hey, so there's this place called India, and me and the boys were thinking that we're gonna, like, do a lot of trade over there. So, can we please have a monopoly? And then you're like, alright, I guess so. Sure. Like, okay, if they... Hope it works out for you, bud. And then they go over there, and then they absolutely fail, and you're like, Lamau. And then a second guy comes up to you and he's like, I know those other guys failed, but we're gonna make it work this time, trust. And you're like, alright, go ahead. and then they actually succeed, and they buy a bunch of buildings, and they do trade. And then eventually they're like, trade is great, but what if we actually just exploited the population directly? Sounds like we can make a lot more money. And then they hire private armies and wage war on local principalities or something, I don't know. Or do like debt entrapment or something. That was a pretty big thing in the East India Company. Was like, yeah, we're gonna force this treaty on you, and you're gonna have to pay us a bunch of money. But also, if you can't pay enough money, it's okay, because we can lend you some money to pay to us. But then also, you have to pay more interest on that loan. And then eventually, the interest becomes so crippling that we're just gonna take your stuff. That would be pretty neat. Trade is great, but what if we went mad with power? What if I want more money? How about that? Okay, anyway, tangent aside. Okay. So, talking about the... Which one is this? Okay, so which game system will represent the native people that sided with the English or French during the French and Indian War? Or the... It has a different name that I'm forgetting the name of. Hold on. There's a different name for that, though. 7 Years' War? Is that really the only other name for it? No, that's just a theater of the 7 Years' War. I thought it had a different name. Okay, whatever. Basically a legal loan shark? Yeah, pretty much. Basically it's done through allies. Okay, cool. 21. I suppose it has a nice interplay with the costs of moving goods from A to B. Is it always a no-brainer to just upgrade a production site, or is there a nice trade-off to think about that between that and diversifying locations? Local population and promotion time are also factors. That's true. That's true, yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. $58. Okay, so they're talking about different forms of currency, like paper currency. Okay, yeah, we have a lot of those things. Other proxies for gold have been used. Cowrie shells, exactly. We all know what happens with paper-based currencies. Yes, Sweden introduced them in the 1660s to have the economy collapse within a decade. Okay, but we had, what do you call that, fiat currency? That was a thing that I think was maybe invented at some point, possibly, in at least one location at this time. Kind of. But I'm guessing the answer is no, it's just going to be gold and silver. Each estate gets a percentage of the pie. Okay, sure. The location is the entire world today. True. During the time period is what I meant, but... Money's not even real, actually.
I will not have my dedication to Vinland in your chat besmirched as you have just implied.
How? What? Thank you for the $5, Ross said, but... What do you mean besmirched as I have implied? I would never do such a thing. I am the least besmirching individual. Don't worry, we'll play Finland in EU5, maybe, possibly. Actually, I don't know if it's possible. Well, I mean, you can colonize Canada as Greenland, but yeah. Anyway. Voice crack, let's go. Huge. So what's next? We have number... Is that 60? That's 60. 66. Why are sturdy grains and wheat separate? Different food output, different usage. Sure. Why is amber not merged with gems? I'm biased based. Okay, next. 67. I have some questions about laborers and soldiers. Are laborers used for any kind of RGO or only for manufactured goods? RGOs require laborers. They do indeed. Actually, that's interesting to think about. Because as industrialization moves forward, then laborers just become part of the industrial process. Like mass hiring for laborers as you industrialize. Whereas at the start of the game you have your fancy artisans, you have your burgers that make things. Don't worry about that. But later on, it's like, actually, we need to make a lot of things. So we're just going to hire a bunch of people to do that for us. And so, yeah. We'll see what happens with laborers at that point. That was 67, then we have 78. We're going to just quickly go through these. Okay, so probably not going to have a soft building cap for rural locations, probably because your population is used at a far higher proportion. So like when you have a city, you can use like 50 or like 100 burgers for a building, but every rural building is like 500 to 1,000. So you just use far more people in the rural locations. So I don't think it's the number of buildings that ends up becoming the problem. Here we have 88. How will forms of money that don't use silver and gold be represented? Almost all currencies until a few decades ago were based on gold and or silver. I mean, it's true, I suppose. Like, he's not wrong. But I suppose the answer is that they will not be. That's the actual answer underneath this answer. 92. Okay, I think it's just, we talked about this again. Population percentage multiplied by X, okay, instead of political power. Multiplied by X, okay, just a variable, okay. Oh, wait, multiplied by the amount I see. Maybe I don't see. I don't know. I don't think the nitty-gritty on that matters very much. 249, that's way down. What is the base political power of the new laborer and soldier pops? Same as peasants. Reasonable. Because they just split off from peasants, right? So 253. Cloves, let's go. Adding cloves for Indonesia area as separate from pepper from India would be a nice addition though, IMO. Oh, here we go. It was a 45-minute task to add them back in as we had the art from before. Indonesia now has cloves and the rest of Asia pepper. Based. Huge. A 45-minute task. That's crazy. He's just like, alright, and does it in less than an hour, just brings it back. Like, yeah, alright, sure, why not? That's cool though. Where I'm assuming that means that they just have the framework in place to make it super easy to add new stuff. Which, of course, you would want to do when making a game like this. It also makes it moddable. But anyway. And I think that's the last one that we're looking at for this dev diary. Yeah, okay, let's move on to the next one. We have the Scotland flavor. I can't do a good Scottish accent, so I'm not gonna try anymore. But yeah, I played Scotland. It was pretty cool. That's going to be my next EU5 second monitor content video, actually. I started writing that up yesterday because they're semi-scripted, sort of. I have to take a lot longer to remember everything that happened in that campaign so that I can like write it down and not forget it on the spot. So yeah, I started writing that up yesterday, and the document is already like 4 pages long. But yeah, we're gonna have more in-depth Scotland discussion in a video that will maybe release possibly on Monday or Tuesday. We'll see. But yeah, let's see how my experience compares to the dev diary for flavor. Copy pastes the code and goes to a coffee break. Based beyond belief. True. I think it's as simple as them just like, you know, you type in the name, you give it a little icon, and you specify where it comes from and what is it used in, or what it is used in. And I assume because it's cloves, it's not used in a lot, it's just kind of consumed by pops. Or maybe it's a substitute. Anyway, the fate of Scotland is at risk. A mere generation ago, the illegitimate King Robert de Bruce expelled the English from the country and crowned himself king. As the legitimate heir of the previous king, John de Balliol, his son, King Edward de Balliol, has laid a claim to the Scottish throne. Along with his English-backed supporters, he plans to fight against the usurper and return Scotland to its legitimate ruler. So here we have Sir Andrew of Murray. He's a regent, because the king for Scotland, not that guy, the king for like Scotland is in France. And he's like 13 or something, I don't remember. So yeah, we have this guy, who is the champion of like English rule over Scotland. And then we have like the revolt, which is, well, I mean, he's technically the revolting tag, right? He's the claimant to the throne. And then we have the regency that's like, nah, we're not doing that. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, these are the two sides. So this is the Scotland side, and then this is the Balliol side. So the Balliol side is like the illegitimate King Robert de Bruce, you know, and how evil he is. And then on the Scotland side, it's like, our national hero, King Robert de Bruce, freed us from English rule, alongside the famous martyr, William Wallace. Now his successor lies exiled in France as the nobility continues their struggle against Balliol. Okay, so it's basically like our side's glorious army versus the other side's barbarous villains or whatever. You know that meme. You know the one. Starting situation. Can confirm. Starting situation. Ooh. Thank you very much, the OG Father Turtle with the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Love how back then everyone was just French. Oh, you ready for a French jump scare? Hold on. Hold on. Wait, no, maybe it doesn't show it here. Oh, shoot. No French jump scare, bro. Oh, hold on. I have to find the French jump scare then. Hold on. We do this. Nope. Do that. French jump scare is in here. And then we go down to here. And get jump scared. It's like a flashbang. Our honorable soldiers versus their savage barbarians, exactly. Our glorious castles versus their treacherous centers of evil, or something like that. Anyway, yeah. French jump scare. There you go. Scottish Civil War. So we have David II de Bruce, who is currently in France. I think also guaranteed by France, yeah. England is an enemy. Scotland, or I guess Balliol is the rival or whatever. Hold on. Oh, this is the king's actual situation. I see. Maybe? King Edward de Balliol, guaranteed by England. England does not get called into the war. If you read the Britain feedback thread replies, you can see that they split Scotland even further. They might have. I literally do not remember. Yeah, and then you have the Lordship of the Isles as well as a vassal. Okay, so we have your Civil War content. I'll get more into this, I guess, when I actually make the video, but yeah. So you have the king. You need to choose its education, and this influences what culture you can change your country's culture to. So, oh, goodness. Thank you very much, the OG Father Turtle, for the 10 tier 3 gift subs. That's kind of crazy. Wait, 10 tier 3s, that's a lot. The tier 3s, those are not cheap, I don't think. I don't remember if I get to set the price on those, or if those are, specifically, like, Twitch gets to decide those, but, he's crazy with it? He's insane with it? Okay. Prime subs, says nothing, drops 10 tier 3 subs, continues to say nothing? Okay. Is Scotland just gonna be EU5 Balkans at the start then? No. No, it's not gonna be a big deal. You just have like 2 main cultures in Scotland. So you have like the lowlands, and then you have the highlands. I went with highlands in my campaign. I actually don't know what the French one is. I didn't check. But I feel like the French one just makes him French. So maybe you can have French Scotland. Which would be very funny. Been enjoying your videos on YouTube, been learning a lot. I'm glad to hear that. You know, I generally consider my videos to not be that educational, because I do not explain very much. I just kind of play the game. But I'm glad to hear they've been useful. Okay, yes, we have... This is the guy, the king. And, is this after you win? Hold on. So while the Balliol was reinstalled as king, they deposed de Balliol. Okay, so we can defeat him, or force his hand. I don't even know what the second option does. You may notice that King David's name has changed. In the previous event, I selected the second option, the Highlander Chieftain. Oh, wait, does that change his name? Yeah, from David it becomes... I assume that's just David. Like, pretty much just David still. But with a B. We've made it so the outcome of the Civil War is not an instant endgame. If while playing as Scotland you lose to Balliol, an event pops up and you can continue to you can decide to continue playing with them. Oh, okay, so if you lose, you can just say like, okay, well, darn, I'm just gonna play the other guy then. I guess that makes sense, it's early enough into the game. Let's now move towards the structural content for Scotland. They have the Shires of Scotland. I remember this. Maximum tax, huge. Max rural control, actually huge. Levy size. This is just an amazing privilege, actually. We have the Scottish clans. It's alright. It gives you increased tax for the noble estate. Actually, this is good. The noble levy size. That's pretty solid. The Royal Burghs also kind of goated. Max urban control increase. Low power gain for high equilibrium. So pretty good. And then the clans. Dude, that's the thing. Look at these clans. Look at that power percentage. These dudes do not have power. And it's interesting. They just don't have any power. You just keep giving them stuff, no power. They are practically sidelined in Scottish politics at the start of the game. But anyway, so you get another estate that represents the Highland Pops. And you get a few things. United Scottish Heritage, you get the monthly development, actually goated by the way. Free development. Monthly control, it's not that bad. The fort defense, it's alright. Probably don't want to keep that, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of stuff on Twitch. What is this, a hype chest? Hold on. And also, Polish. I think that's Polish. Oh, I got like a little reward for that. Okay, yeah. Guy who wrote Polish in the Twitch chat, I would prefer if you didn't, because I don't know what you said. And that's a problem for moderation reasons. Okay, but it seems he's wishing me a happy anniversary for being like a Twitch partner. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's probably an automated message. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. We're chilling. But then I accidentally just closed my Twitch chat. Oops. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay, we're chilling. Did you enjoy EU5? Yeah, I enjoyed the amount that I played. I hope I also get to enjoy the rest of the game with how that's played, but we'll see. We'll see when it releases. Management, fort defense, kind of mid, but again, their power is kind of irrelevant. Monthly research progress, goated. I mean, like, look at these, chat. This might actually be, like, the best estate in the game. Because they have no power, and you can just feed them infinite, disgustingly overpowered... Okay, maybe not overpowered. I'm being hyperbolic, but really good privileges that are pretty much free to give them. Monthly development as a flat amount for free? Okay, I'll take that. Free fort defense, free monthly research progress, free livestock output. It's kind of crazy. Law of the thought put into those words, NDAs are horrible. Oh, no, that's not an NDA thing. No, I put the amount of thought I put into those words is like, I'm not trying to jump the gun and say that the game is good and then have it release and everyone's like, actually this sucks. I'm just being overly cautious, not because of an NDA, because like I'm allowed to give my complete unfiltered opinion. It's just that I prefer to filter it myself. For like my own reasons. This is unrelated, but for the... It is. What do you know? It is unrelated. For the For Odin Ideas Guy and First Come First Serve achievements, can you form Scandinavia? Better to check the wiki first for that. Probably. Because I don't know. Then we have the distribution of Scots clan holdings. Direct inheritance, distribution by the crown, and dynastic holdings. The direct inheritance is pretty solid. No, not this one. Hold on. What am I looking for? The centralization one. Yeah. This one's really good, actually. A 15% crown power, the reduced revoke privilege cost, the free centralization, the reduced estate enrichment. I mean, they don't like you as much, but that's a skill issue, so... Anyway, the clan seat, I guess we could look at these other ones. They're just like the different options you have for this this law that we have. So this one, don't like that because, you know, for everything that is involved in this. Crown power reduction, cringe. Decentralization, that's pretty cringe. Tribes power, pretty irrelevant actually. Crown power reduction, cringe. Tribes power, doesn't matter. Legitimacy, eh. Monthly power to monthly progress to decentralization, cringe. This, goated. Possibly with the sauce. Thank you again, OG Father Turtle, for also joining. I think that's the equivalent of a tier 3, but on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Revoke the privilege cost, HRE path. No, not that one. Estate privileges. We do also have this, the clan seat, and you know, I actually did notice that I think 1 or 2 of these buildings were built. Because I think the tribes build these. And... Wait, no, the nobles must have built these. I don't even know. I saw a few of them get built, but there wasn't ever really a lot of them. They're pretty cool though for fort built levels. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen these get built. I don't know. Or maybe it was a different building that we get to see. I don't know. But anyway. The Peel Tower. Another fort level. Interesting that you just have a bunch of stuff that's like a form of fort. So the clan seat is a form of fort. The Peel Tower also a level of fort. It's kind of interesting. But anyway. So the Peel Tower is for soldiers, and the clan seat is for nobles. We have our education. We have, this one's much later, I suppose. Yeah, so Presbyterian education. I don't really know what that means, but we get to go towards Presbyterian education policy, increased societal values towards innovation and free subjects. Oh, while it's being debated. Wait. This is while it's being debated. This is afterwards? Hold on. Should establish a school in every parish of our country to further the education of our people. Run by members of the church and paid by a tax laid upon the landowners of the country. Interesting. It's like a really early version of public education. Okay. Then establish the College of Justice. Increase, that's a lot of centralization progress. Reduced cost to change policy, and you unlock a new civil law. Also more centralization, makes sense. Specific advance for the Balliol ruled Scotland. Okay, so you get the English Scottish longbowmen. You get war bows. Okay, nice. I assume they have... I think that's more initiative, maybe? I think that's what that is. Also get Highlanders. I saw these as well. They are levies. Wait. No. This must be a different one then. Available in the age of absolutism. This must be a different Highlander then. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I saw something that's kind of like the Highlander, or something that you get for being Highland culture. You get like some kind of unique unit or levy, I think, as Scotland. Anyway. These guys get more combat power, I'm assuming, maybe, not sure. Scotch whiskey, let's go, goated. Available in the Age of Revolutions, increases your liquor and sturdy grains output, and a new production method for your distilleries, or your liquor guilds and associated buildings. Scottish Enlightenment for that cultural influence and monthly... That's a lot of monthly research progress, damn. 20% is crazy. Nah, that's actually crazy. Wealth of Nations, of course, of course. Really, created in 1776. What a coincidence. Okay, let's look at those dev responses. Still have that thing that Pelias gave us before he left for a moment. Feeling good past my ethical hacker certification today. Longest 6 hours of my life. Damn. Stronger than me, because I don't know if I'd hold up under that pressure for 6 hours. Having to certify or do like an exam for 6 hours. That sounds extremely not fun. Okay, let's see. We have number 21 to start with. The Isles have unique content. They do have something, but not as much. And most of it is due to culture. That makes sense. 58. No. 31. I was reading the wrong one. Shouldn't Edward Balliol be of Norman culture? No, we assume Anglo-Norman and Scoto-Norman to essentially be absorbed into the English and Scots culture by this point. That's fair. Okay, we have 39. Any content to reflect that the Balliols were closely tied to the English? Yes, England expects the Treaty of Newcastle to be fulfilled if Balliol wins. Scotland becomes an English vassal and cedes border provinces to England. But Balliol can choose to renege on that deal. Interesting. Interesting. So you could play as Balliol. I don't know how much you really get from the English in terms of help, but you win the war, England's like, alright, good job. Now, time to pay taxes, and you just turn around and you're like, no. I don't feel like it. But then you don't have the guarantee from France, so it's like, maybe not the greatest of ideas. Alright, number 47. Can you build 2 clan seat buildings? Only 1 per location, that makes sense. 60. There is the Presbyterian Education Act, but what if you aren't Presbyterian? Real? There are limitations that you can only have it when you have the appropriate faith. Okay, so maybe we're looking to go Presbyterian when we play Scotland. Maybe. Can Scotland form Hen Ogledd? That's gotta be Welsh, right? Brythonic boys only. Unfortunate. It's over, Alba Bros. It's cooked. Cool flag though. This slaps. This is actually a crazy flag. I might have to play Wales. I think I'm gonna have to play Wales, chat. To get a flag like this, like that is insane drip. That flag is aura. Who needs agriculture when you can just be aura farming instead? Okay, what do we have next? We have 77. So is that Brythonic England or Great Britain? It's a unique tag that can be formed by a brave Brythonic country that has reacquired their rightful territory of the Scottish Lowlands and Northumbria. But Brythonic... So Brythonic includes specifically... Isn't that just Welsh? Welsh and Cornish? Brythonic doesn't include Ireland, does it? Manx, true. Okay. So Manx, Welsh, and Cornish. Those are the Brythonic countries, I think. What about Brittany? Does Breton count as Brythonic at this point? Okay, we're doing a small stun lock. I know, I betray myself for absolutely nothing. Brythonic. Denoting to, or relating to, or belonging to, the southern group of Celtic languages consisting of Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. So I was right. Interesting. So we're gonna be Wales maxing. Okay, sure. That's cool. I actually do want to play Wales. Not least because that flag of that formable slaps. Why is the Wales flag a dragon? Yes. Because it goes hard. Because, hype moments and aura. Alright, 97. Is there any event for Scotland to move their capital to Edinburgh after they win the war? Not that I can see right now, probably something to add. When I played, I think I moved my capital to Perth, actually. It just seemed like the thing to do. I don't know. It seemed more central and like more populated and stuff. Then we have second page. 113, 118. 113 is this one. Unique advancement regarding the Darien scheme to push it to attempt risky colonization under the right conditions. Not in advance, but they have something related to it already. Okay, I don't know what the Darien scheme is, so I'm gonna have to, like, briefly check. Darien scheme. The Darien scheme was an unsuccessful attempt backed largely by investors of the Kingdom of Scotland to gain wealth and influence by establishing New Caledonia, a colony in the Darien Gap on the Isthmus of Panama in the late 1690s. The plan was for the colony to establish and manage an overland route to connect the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. That kind of makes sense, actually. I can see it. I could totally see that. Like, it's not exactly a canal, but it would be a decent workaround. Sort of. The settlement was abandoned twice. That's crazy. Okay, interesting. Interesting. But in 1698 to 1700. That's firmly within the realm of Spanish control. I wonder what they had to say about that. Okay, 118. There won't be any Scotch whiskey or Wealth of Nations if the Scotland tag doesn't exist. There are alternative ways of getting them. Okay, nice. 125. Kingdom of Scotland. Sag or Madge. Oh god, what is that? I'm just gonna call it the Giga Chad of Alba. Nice. I don't know how that's pronounced. The Rio Gacht nach Alba or something like that. Scotland's name changes to Alba if the court language or primary culture's language is Gaelic. Yup, true, real, certified by Real Alba Patriots or something. Alright, 130. What happens if England gets the land from the Treaty of Newcastle? This happens. It's cooked. It's over, and not a good outcome for Scotland. Okay, 143. Anything on how the stewards can gain power? Some events related to them taking power. Okay. Okay, that's the last that we have for this. We move on to the next one because we're speedrunning. What time is it? It's about 4 o'clock. I have at least another hour. I'm chilling. We're making some good time on these, chat. Maybe not great time, but some good time. Okay, we have a state power. Right. Talking about changes related to the political part of the game. Okay. So some of this is probably going to be stuff we're familiar with. Weakening of the crown is due to privileges granted. This further ties in with advances increasing crown power and the increase of absolutism in later ages. Makes sense. It's just the cost of a few hundred of stability to remove all those privileges. It can't be that bad. As characters all have an estate they belong to, it's not now also added in that giving characters command of armies or navies increases the power of the estate they belong to. Yep, I experienced that. Connected to this, the direct family of the ruler is now always considered to be part of the crown estate. Okay, that makes sense. So you can increase the strength of the crown by having family members command armies. We love, nepotism. Yeah. Anyway. Parliament. First of all, Dutch-style parliament with only nobles and burghers. Okay. We also made it so that if you keep giving out the unique privileges for the nobles in Poland, you will end up in a situation where you need 100% of the support to pass anything in the parliament. That sounds good? Maybe? Wait. No, that sounds bad. If you give out too much to the nobles, then... Wait, it increases the amount you need to pass? I thought it was always 50%. I don't even know. Maybe they changed this again. Anyway, we get the House of Parliament. That's cool. We like that. What does it give you? Crown power? Nice. Permanent parliament? Oh, right, so you can't have it in a rural location anymore. Okay, I see. Societal values and government reforms. Okay, so some of these have changed. What we did instead was to make a sort of soft cap for how far a value could drift at 100 times the current drift. So if you manage to stack up to plus 0.75 monthly towards naval, then you can get all the way to 75 naval before it stops there. Okay, I did notice this, but I didn't pay too much attention to it in the game. Where you have like a cap for how much you can move in a specific direction. Like a soft cap. So yeah, capital economy versus traditional economy. When you have more of a traditional economy, then you have more raw materials and food production. Actually, I don't remember population capacity being part of this. They might have removed that. And then capital economy does the opposite, where it increases the building production, and, you know, you just don't have the raw materials output. Added government reforms to every age. Nice. Some of them are tied to societal values. That's true. For example, there's the harbor administration that requires at least 50 naval. And so if you don't have 50 naval, then you're kind of out of luck. Pretty much. So some of those are locked behind certain values, which is interesting because it gives you a reason to want to go to a specific value. Now, I couldn't tell you whether or not it removes the privilege when you no longer have the right values. I don't know. Oh, wait, it literally says, I just don't read. Okay, so now half of the government reforms require a specific value to be at least 50 to be selectable, and if you drop below that, then you lose the reform. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Religious tolerance requires a humanist country. Bank ledgers requires a capital economy. That makes sense. And proximity and control. I really do like this gameplay loop as well. But here we go. Proximity can now trace along rivers. That's pretty neat. Buildings that act as proximity sources like the bailiff have been made a bit more powerful but more costly. Changed how roads are built, slowing them down 50%. Rugged terrain makes road building slower. I guess the rest of the team did not like my Nidaros Oslo highway. Yeah, okay, so I was contrasting when I was playing Norway with when I read that Norway dev diary they did. Where they had like an example of starting a game as Norway. And I'm like, okay, so they started off by building a highway up to a city through the mountains. They just completely cleave through the mountains. And then I'm like, okay, hold on. But when I try to do that, it's ridiculously expensive and not worth it. And that makes sense, because they changed stuff, and I didn't even realize. We also want to increase maritime presence. We have an objective you can assign to navies. Cool. Not even entirely sure what this does, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I figured it increases your, or rather it decreases the proximity cost, if I had to imagine. Proximity cost over sea. Maybe, but I never really checked that much. Okay, so we have some more of the ones to look at here. I'll get rid of this one and I will simply do this. Thank you, Pelias, for your help. Okay, hold on. Had to refresh a few things. Okay. So what are we looking at? We have number 20. What if I want to strengthen certain estate power to 100% and weaken the other estates? Max privileges for one and increase their numbers. That makes sense. We have number 30. River map mode. There is, but I didn't really find it. In theory, there is one though. 33. Will having an outdated fleet also impact control? Yeah, some. Oh, okay, alright, I guess. 39. Why not have the societal values decay to 0? Because that made it a rather bad system. True, real, agreed, and I might even add, based. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me for it to decay to 0. I feel like if you're trying to push your country in a specific way, having it decay back to 0 just doesn't even make sense. It's like, oh, you haven't focused on land-based privileges in a while? Okay, well, now you're just gonna drift back to neutral. Which is weird, because it's not like your country's becoming any more naval-based. Like, it's just as land-based as it always was. It's just like, yeah, no. I agree. Just doesn't even make that much sense. Okay, then we have, oh, that's actually this one. Okay, good. We got through that one pretty quickly. We can move on to the next one, the Ethiopia Dev Diary. Another Tinto flavor, another, I really want to play this country and they should give me access, please and thank you, Paradox. Yeah. I think actually, they should give me super secret access that, I will not tell anyone about, I promise. The super secret that only I get, actually. So secret, in fact, that even I don't know that I have it. I think that would be a good idea. Also, let me go refresh a thing or two. Hold on. Let me do a refresh on this real quick. There we go. And then, okay, perfect. Let me move that up. Okay, Ethiopia, one of the places. Okay, that's not a very good picture. The moment when your culture stops hyper-focusing on all the ways people can walk on dirt and forget what ground means. Image of people building a house on water. Real. Me when I'm playing Russia and I haven't expanded the roads recently enough, so people start sailing instead. Let's go. Yeah. I think I like the way that the values are right now. But we'll see. I like the way that they are so far. As far as that system can be implemented well. Anyway, Ethiopia, one of the great empires in sub-Saharan Africa. Here we are. Ethiopian Empire, we have a few other countries. Damot, and I don't remember who this is. Hold on. There's a name that I might remember. Maybe I don't. The one in EU4 that has like a sort of dark red, sort of purple map color that I don't remember the name of. That guy, yeah. Is that Afar? No, I don't think that's Afar. Aden? Yes. That could be these guys. Maybe. That doesn't look like an A. Okay, never mind. Sultanate? Oh. Me when I should just scroll instead of... Okay, anyway. Sultanate of Ifat starts subjugated or subjected to, no, subjugated as a tributary to Ethiopia. Interesting, a tributary to Ethiopia. Curious. I don't know who those are. I don't know who they are either. I guess we'll find out. Got a couple of works of art in Ethiopia. Do we have that really cool, the church? Is that this one? King Izana's Stela? Hold on. Where's that really cool Ethiopian church? Church in stone. Hold on. 11 medieval monolithic churches were carved out of rock. Their building is attributed to King Lalibela, who set out to construct them in the 12th century, or to construct in the 12th century a, quote, New Jerusalem, after Muslim conquests halted Christian pilgrimages to the Holy Land. That's a really fascinating history behind that. Okay, so that's not one of the works of art then, is it? Oh, maybe it is. St. George in Lalibela. Lalibela Cross. Maybe. Maybe. Well, you have like a really big stone marker from the Aksumite Empire. Yeah. Anyway, you have the Ark of the Covenant. That's crazy. They just have it. Wait, did they actually have it? I thought that was one of those things that was like mythical. Wait. The Ark of the Covenant is said by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church to be located in Aksum, Ethiopia. Can we see it? Is it actually there? Allegedly it's there. Okay. Okay, Ark of the Covenant. Sure, why not? Alright, then we have the Solomonid Claim. Sure, monthly prestige. Prester John, a classic. I like how it gives you institution growth, that's cool. A true Ethiopian church, you get the clergy estate satisfaction equilibrium plus 5%. Origin of coffee, really, I thought that was in Yemen. Okay, interesting. Tax efficiency, coffee output, very nice. Available in the Age of Revolutions. Interesting. I guess Brazil was not making that much coffee yet. I mean, they claim to, but no one is allowed to see it. Coffee was brought to Yemen from the hills of Ethiopia. What do you know? Ethiopia also has one of these advances per age that unlocks a building and one unique unit per age. Interesting. So we get the... Oh boy. That's so many accents on that C. Chewa. I'm gonna call it the Chewa Regiment. For no reason other than it sounds like I think what it should sound like. So we get the barracks and the units. The units, reduced strength damage taken, that's cool. Less attrition loss, I think. So that's neat. Also, not that much manpower lost per month. They also perform better in mountains and plateaus, and have a reduced terrain impact for those areas. We have the barracks. So when do you get this, actually? Age of Traditions. Okay, so Ethiopia is one of those few countries, I don't know if few is the right word here, but it is one of the countries that gets access to manpower from the beginning of the game. So like we have the Ottomans get to have that. You get to build your Janissary units. I think the Mamluks also get like the Mamluk barracks that use slaves and get manpower. Then we get the Chewa Arquebusiers. Similar stats, probably just upgraded. Okay, so as you get new units, they also get increased maximum strength. That's interesting. Then you get the columns. That's such a... Dude, that's such a weird number for like a unit. 3,200 people. Exactly. Alright. I think that's really the only thing that changes is the size of the unit. But that actually is really useful still, because for an increased number of fighting men, the requirements for maintenance actually don't change. It's still 0.05 for firearms and weaponry and 0.03. Oh, maybe is that per unit? No, that wouldn't make sense. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, no, that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, unless it would. Wait, no, maybe it does. No, because then it would... No, never mind. I'm stun-locking myself over nothing. Unique mechanic for Ethiopia, a wandering court. Okay. What do we get? Distance cost to capital reduction, may move capital with a new ruler, move capital cost increase. Cost increases, but the distance cost decreases. Okay. So you want to move your court around, but it's more expensive. Unless you get a free move with a new ruler. Maybe that's what it means. We have the Lalibela Cross. Okay, we can do various things with it. The Kebra Nagast. Is that a system of law? Glory of the Kings, national epic from Ethiopia. Oh, I see, okay. Repository of national and religious sentiments. Okay, you get a few options with that. We get this guy, who is a traveling monk, I think? Monk and religious leader from the north of the empire, monastery and a few disciples. Ooh, okay. So I guess we can convert it then to a new form of Christianity, Ethiopian Miaphysitism. Okay, new religion. Presumably new religion we get to become. The last option unlocks a unique estate privilege. If we're interested in what he has to teach, then... Okay, we get both days Sabbath. So, okay, it's similar to, normally you can give the peasants, like... Wait, is it no work on Sundays, I think? There's a privilege you can give to the peasants that reduces your raw material output, but it makes them happy, and it's something like, no work on Sundays or something like that. Probably only for countries that are Christian. Yeah. But I guess in this case you can have both of them, I think. Contrary to the mainstream doctrine, the ancient tradition of our people has been observing both the 7th day Sabbath on Saturdays and the Lord's Day on Sundays. Okay, yeah, so both days Sabbath. Interesting. I kind of want to know more about this Ethiopian Miaphysitism, but I guess we'll have to wait for that. The Justice of Kings. What's this about? Theocratic legal code? Sure. If we do that, then we get the Thetha Negest, which is a form of legal code. Okay. More centralization, clergy are happier and have more power, more monthly control. Okay, not bad. Pretty solid. And who's this? A ruler has been inspired to create the Bera Meshwae, a church greater than the rest. Okay. So what do we get from this? Monthly right power, probably useful for your religion, and gives the location, increased clergy power, and max literacy. Okay, not bad. Also very wide range of different, wait, what? Possible production methods. Wide range, but then I look at these and I'm like, okay, is the bottom one just a cheaper version of the middle one? Okay. Interesting. Oh look, next week we will have to skip Tinto Flavor, unfortunately, since we have an internal event scheduled on Friday. Interesting. It's supposed to be Sabbath on Saturday, rest on Sunday. Okay, and like in this case, they make this different? It's supposed to be Sabbath on Saturday, rest on Sunday. Okay, I actually... Hold on. People have been observing both the 7th day Sabbath on Saturdays and the Lord's Day on Sundays. I don't know enough about Christianity, to be honest. Coptic's first pope. Can we get the Coptic pope? Is there a Coptic pope? Hold on. Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church. What do you know? Oh, just the Bishop of Alexandria. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay, no more Sunlock. No more Sunlock. Most denominations in practice combine them both on Sunday. Oh, okay, so that's the main difference that we're seeing here. Hey, what time is it? We got plenty of time, we're chilling. Not even 5 o'clock yet. Okay, so we get down to number 6 with Ethiopia. Will there be flavor for the Ethiopia-Portugal alliance as well? Yes, based. Number 17. Does IFAT have events to break free, and do they have a scripted war as a challenge to the Ethiopian Empire in the early game? We have proper mechanics in place to portray IFAT breaking free from Ethiopia, so there isn't narrative content about that. Okay. I should say, what are the biggest hurdles to the Ethiopian starting position that you've seen? The Mamluks. We asked for a new Ethiopian report to our quality assurance last week, and boy, it was tough for him. Put me in, coach. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll be the I'll be the out-of-house tester for everything. Don't worry. Don't worry. I think that I should just have more game access. Don't worry. I'll like give feedback. I'll just be a full-time QA guy. Actually, I think I can do that. Yeah. As long as I get game access, of course. Like that. That's the most important part. Frankly surprised over the sheer amount of launch game flavor even outside of Europe. Especially when you compare it to, like, do you remember what the map of EU4 looked like when it came out? And there was like one country in Africa. And I think it was Congo. And it was just like a little square. Hold on. I want to see the EU4 1.0 map. Because it is like genuinely insane. The difference that they made. I'm looking at the 1.4.1 patch. But hold on. I'm trying to go all the way back to the 1.0 launch. That might even be like lost media at this point. Like, can you even find the 1.0 map? It's been so long ago. Or it was so long ago. Hey, Mono. Does EU5 have empire rot mechanics, social, economic, etc. challenges that cause an empire to fall? I don't know, to be honest. You can find the 1.0? Okay, I'm gonna need help finding the 1.0, because I cannot find it. I looked up EU4 1.0 map. Maybe I should put in like version 1.0 map and see if I can find it. Because the earliest I'm seeing... Oh, hold on. Oh, that's not useful enough. I want to see like the countries. Maybe not the map, but 1.0 in general. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. I think I can also ask them for EU4 1.0. I mean, we did do that multiplayer game where we played on like version 1.2 or something, and that was the only reason we played that is because it was the earliest stable version that you can play multiplayer with. Or something like that. Or maybe they couldn't even find 1.0. I don't remember what it was, but we didn't end up playing actual 1.0 of the game. But yeah, anyway, if you do end up finding a map of EU4 1.0, there are like maybe 2 countries, maybe 3 in sub-Saharan Africa. You have like Ethiopia, Congo, and maybe Mali. And so EU5, I mean, the fact that we even have a complete map from the beginning is a huge change. But I think it's a good one. I think it's also good because it's useful for them to fully define the scope of the map from the beginning so that they don't have to go back and change it 73 times during updates. In theory, that should allow them to streamline content easier. Because, you know, what they ended up doing, creating more provinces in EU4, is you have to go back and you have to update all the provinces, and each time you do that, you have to update a bunch of other stuff, like qualifications for forming countries, or qualifications for certain events or whatever. And so it probably became a huge hassle every time they wanted to add new provinces. Or new countries for new provinces, because it's like, oh, new country? Okay, well, we're gonna have to give it new ideas, and we're gonna have to create new provinces, and we're gonna have to make sure that everything belongs to everything, make sure that it belongs to the right trade node, and update the trade nodes and all that stuff. Anyway, that was a tangent we didn't need to go on, actually. Found one of the world map, but it doesn't have the nation's names or anything. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I found the same one. Anyway, let's not get too stun-locked here. Let's move on to number 21. So given where coffee is, how does it get to Brazil? There's a way to start planting coffee in Brazil. We will talk about it in a future Tinto Talk. Huge. 28. Does Ethiopia have some unique content tied to the Coptic faith like Hungary has with Catholicism? The Coptic Church is quite unique on its own with its own flavor. Okay, nice. 56. Is the wandering court government reform really a thing only for Ethiopia? There's a law/policy for it that some countries start with. True, but seems quite different from this reform. Why not Castile or Aragon? We're fully aware of how Iberian monarchies acted in the Middle Ages. Since the Ethiopian court worked a little bit differently, we decided to implement this feature here as a test case. If we end up expanding this feature to other countries, it will probably be in a different, more or less overhauled way. Okay. So they're going to implement it with Ethiopia and then see if they expand that. And then we have 62. If this is not a capital-only building, then does that mean that I can only get those location bonuses if I build it outside of my capital? You get the first modifier if it's in the capital location. You always get the location modifiers. Probably in reference to one of these buildings. Hold on. Is this one? No. Unless it's actually not referring to anything specific. Never mind. Never mind. We can move on to the next one, though. We're rapid firing these, chat. I think I had like 20 of these laid out, and I think we've gone through like 8 or 9 of them, maybe? So we're getting there. Okay, we have... I feel like I've seen this painting before, actually. This seems familiar. Anyway. Diplomacy. Huge. Diplomatic expenses. I think... Okay, so are these changes to diplomacy? Yeah, changes to diplomacy and warfare. Okay, because they did talk about diplomacy in a previous Tinto Talk, but I guess they changed some stuff. Yeah, so the cost of diplomatic expense is based on the tax base of your country. The more you spend, the greater benefits your diplomatic corps gets. So not just increasing your diplomatic capacity, which is the total number of actions you can store up at a time, also increasing the amount that you get per month, and... Wait, no, maximum diplomats is the number that you can store at a time. This is how much you get per month. This is stuff that you spend on like maintaining an alliance, or a vassal, or a fiefdom, any kind of subject. Diplomatic capacity takes the place of diplomatic relations in EU4. But it is more, not dynamic. What's the word I'm thinking of? Proportionate, maybe? Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. So, like, if you have a large vassal, then it takes up a lot more diplomatic capacity compared to a very small vassal. Where in EU4, if you had a one province minor vassal, it takes up one relationship slot. And if you have a vassal that owns the entirety of China, it also takes up one diplomatic relationship slot. That's how EU4 works. In EU5, there are different factors that change the amount of capacity that's taken up by a subject or an alliance. Yeah, in EU4, having the Yuan Empire as a subject is equal to having one city-state as a subject. Proportional is the word. Yeah, maybe I used the wrong word on that. Proportionate versus... Oh. Okay, yeah, so those words mean literally the same thing. Okay, yeah, so proportionate and proportional are synonymous and nobody cares. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, we have antagonism, let's go! I really like the antagonism system, better than EU4's aggressive expansion. So we'll talk about this actually. So, what's the important part here? Yeah, so now we have a new system, biases. So, some countries are going to naturally not like you as much as other ones. And that gets brought into antagonism. So, antagonism functions pretty similarly to aggressive expansion when you take stuff. But they also have an effect of just not liking you for existing. Classic. Which means that they will hate you a lot faster than other countries. Right? Like, they will feel slighted faster than other countries when you do something against them or other countries that they like. So let's see, antagonism indicates how other countries are likely to view us. If they feel a lot of antagonism towards us, countries that consider us as relevant to their interests will be less inclined to engage in diplomacy and may act against our interests. Antagonism is caused by basic differences between countries' societal values, government types, religion, culture, and language, and actions can cause an antagonism bomb in a location that affects the countries near it to varying degrees, depending on how much they care about that location and about the antagonistic country. Antagonism bomb effects will generally dissipate with time. Antagonism also affects a country's opinion of you. Of course, a country needs to have caused a certain amount of antagonism against you before you can join a coalition. I think someone said the number was 40 antagonism instead of 50. But I don't exactly remember. It might be 40, it might be 50. Ultimately, we'll find out when we do too many bad things. So yeah, countries that are more similar to you are more likely to let some things slide, compared to countries that just kind of hate you. So, we have antagonism that the Ottomans feel towards Byzantium, which is 12. You get foreign culture group, foreign language family, different religion, same government type, so it's like a little different. And then similar societal values, so it doesn't change much. But yeah, just for existing, the Ottomans have 12 antagonism towards Byzantium. So like, they hate you just for existing, pretty much. And then if you do anything against them or countries that they like, then they really hate you. Like, they already don't like you, but then they will actually just hate you. Independence movements. Okay. I don't remember the independence movements themselves. I only remember the, Oh, that's because it's a completely different thing. Okay, it's not a rebellion. I mean, it kind of is, but... Alright. Trying to become independent as a subject is usually a tough life. In some previous grand strategy games, you could ask another country to support your independence and they could help you in a war. To make this better, we took inspiration from Crusader Kings, where subjects usually band together to fight for independence. As we have the International Organization Code, we made a new type of it, called Independence Movements. Any subject with a loyalty below 50% can start such a movement, and any subject can join it. Other countries can be invited as well, and the goal of the war is to get independence for all of the subjects. Let's go! I think this is going to be cool to model stuff like colonial independence movements, where your colonies get together and they're like, yeah, we hate this guy. We should overthrow him and form our own country. I think that would be cool. So they get together and they're like, yeah, we're gonna kill this guy, and we're gonna be independent, and we're gonna dance on the grave of his empire, or something like that. But the Ottomans have that against everyone? Not really. They don't have it against, like for this, they don't have it against other countries that are similar to them. So like there are other Beyliks and stuff. Also, thank you very much, Bytor75, for the tier 1 sum. I appreciate that. EU5 Dev Diary audiobook when? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start charging an entry fee to these Dev Diary streams. That'll be $5, thank you. It's like a cover fee for entering the audiobook library or something. Anyway, so you can invite other countries, and we're gonna try to get independence for everybody. Lovely, we love that. Okay, Civil War surrenders. Wait, I thought there would be more than this. I mean, I guess there's not much more to say, but yeah. You bet, Corbett, your EU5 showcase and deeper analysis videos were a huge help, so thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm glad people liked those videos. Actually, speaking of which, I think I got a notification a few minutes ago of somebody mentioning one of my videos on the EU5 subreddit. Maybe? Like an hour ago or something, and actually I don't want to know. I usually don't like to check what people are saying about me in different forums. I ain't paying that. Alright. Mods, you know what to do. Mods, IP block this man. You're really thorough, answered a bunch of questions I had. Okay, that's good. Because I also had some other comments saying, like, me when I explain the game and not how I played the game. But I don't know, I figured that the main point of that video was to be, like, explaining a bunch of mechanics, because I didn't want people to be as confused, so I don't know. To each their own, you can't please everybody. Anyway, we have Civil War surrenders. Oh, yeah, also, Civil Wars are not as painful as in Imperator Rome, which is good. Because the ones in Imperator Rome are extremely tedious. Sometimes you're in a civil war and you know you're about to lose and it's just a matter of time, so you can surrender in a civil war and just flip to the other country, but wait. As some of you pointed out, losing a civil war as soon as possible to avoid it may or may not be an exploit. I mean, yeah, it kind of is. So I'm glad that they're adding penalties to joining or jumping to the new country. It doesn't make very much sense from like the perspective of, you know, the simulation, right? But it is a realistic penalty for the player, I think. You lose the Civil War. You swap. You can keep playing. That's fine. But yeah, no, like that's we're not gonna let you just do that. Victoria 3 moment for sure. Yeah, that's no problem in my eyes. Even if your videos were less live gameplay and more mechanics explanations, other videos I've watched so far were vice versa. So it's a nice collective of parts, the whole thus far. That's the thing, like, I also considered that a lot when I was choosing what country I was playing for EU5, for the video. Because I was like, oh, what's everyone else gonna play? You know, like, okay, I know someone's gonna play Byzantium, so I'm not gonna play Byzantium, because someone who's more popular than me is definitely going to take that. And so, you know, I don't stand a chance, right? And I consider, like, most large countries probably gonna be like that. I'm like, yeah, okay, so Poland, that's probably gonna be Slowick. Like, he's gonna take Poland. And he deserves that, like, that's classic. That's fine. I'm like, oh, the Netherlands, I feel like Flurry's gonna play the Netherlands, and I actually don't know if he did. I don't think I actually watched his video. I should do that still. And then I wanted to play Greenland, and I'm like, but there's not much going on in Greenland, so I don't know, maybe. And then, I don't know, I sort of settled on Naples after a while, after like going between country to country. Yeah, Slowick taking Poland is no surprise. Like, yeah, he's gonna take Poland, of course he is. Super early, taking things with a grain of salt versus how full release will look. True, real, and, in my opinion, the appropriate way to look at things. Nice coincidence you said you played Portugal for your first test run, because that's my early idea for a first test run too. It's a good one. Because you're not going to get invaded by Castile. You can just kind of chill, for the most part. Anyway, yeah, Civil War surrender's been changed, that's good. Naval combat... Okay, this is going to be a lot of numbers that will go right over my head. New objectives for military objectives. We have logistics improvements. Right, yes, you can ask your units to automatically do logistics. Valid supply source is a supply depot. A port or sea zone with a navy carrying food that will distribute it to you. Yeah, you can get your navy to do, like, supply runs as well, which is cool. Or a province capital, yeah. Supply paths can only be traced through friendly controlled territory, but not through any location that belongs to a zone of control or hostile fort. Ooh, interesting. So you can get supply here from here through enemy territory. Curious. Armies can only carry a single month's supply of food with them except for the auxiliary units. That makes sense. Yeah, you're not going for the deep warfare gamble on this one. You're not rushing the capital in EU5. You have to like build up your logistics supply network to be able to push for continuous sieges. Or you just stockpile a ridiculous amount of food on your army. You can also do that. Which dev diary is this one? I don't even know what number we're on at this point. I think we've covered like 8, maybe? Which is pretty good time considering my history with these dev diaries. Wasn't expecting everyone to pick Serbia. I'm surprised that both Lath and Redhawk picked Serbia. Like, that's crazy. I thought if anybody, those two would definitely coordinate. But anyway. Let's see. Monthly attrition losses, they can get pretty hefty. Oh yeah, of course we want the ability to see how much attrition a unit has taken recently. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Recruit Admiral slash General. Yep, you can do that now. It costs some money. I found that to be somewhat expensive actually, but it works. And then what do we have for this one? Which one is this one? Tinto Talk number 56? It is, okay. We have 56, so we can go to. Am I crazy? I am crazy. Yeah, okay, it's 74 first. -5 for language is very harsh, especially since religion's only -4. Yeah, that's reasonable, that makes sense. 77. No rivalry changes? No good ideas yet. Okay, that's fine. 108. Will troops be able to resupply food from a hostile location they are capturing or from an occupied friendly location they're standing in? If they control the province capital and it has food, then they can take it from there. Yeah, that was pretty much how I planned my campaigns, was like, okay, I need to make sure I can secure logistics through territory that I'm currently occupying. It was pretty important when I was playing Norway and I went to war with Novgorod. And so I had a big war with those guys, and that was like tough logistically to figure out. Is there any doomed slash really hard country in EU5 so far? Probably any of the subjects of Yuan in the southwest, maybe. But I don't know. Because they're all like very small one province countries. Okay, we have 112. Religion should be more than culture and language for antagonism. Yeah, that's fair, that makes sense. We have 113. Can there be several coalitions against you? No. Why? I mean... Huh, okay. Wondering if province capitals can be switched like an imperator? I don't know, actually. Maybe. I don't remember if they can be. Oh yeah, for the other doomed or really hard countries, any of the ones that start as like city-states in the Holy Roman Empire are pretty difficult, because I don't think you can no CB in the Empire. So you have to actually wait for your parliament to give you a war goal. But even then, I don't know if they're like doomed. Not like doomed. They're just kind of tough to start off. Yeah, you know what, actually, it might be any of the New World countries. Those ones might be pretty doomed. Considering disease, as soon as the Europeans arrive, it's cooked, pretty much. How does the supply path trace through enemy-controlled Lipsk in the image when the dev diary says it can only trace through friendly-controlled locations? No hostiles. Oh, okay. Sure. That was 122. That's the end of what we have for this one. Let's go. Speedrunning. Yeah, there's no Tinto flavor. We're just moving on to another Tinto Talk real quick. The playmakers still managed to expand quite a bit in the HRE as Brandenburg. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely still expand quite a bit. It's just not as easy. Because other countries can no CB, but you can't. Also, because I didn't watch every single one, but did everybody take the admin focus in the first age? Brandenburg also not a city-state? True. Because I feel like we were all, as we were discussing, I think we were all kind of on the same page with how it seemed like you were supposed to start playing the game. Where it's like, okay, at the start, we're gonna do minimal expansion for the most part, and then just build tall. But then there are some countries that are quite different. Like the Ottomans, that's pretty, like, when you play the Ottomans, you play them aggressively. Because you get manpower at the start of the game, which gives you an incredible military advantage over many countries that are still using levies. So, like, you want to play aggressive in the early game as Ottomans. I think someone took Diplo? Maybe. Pretty much everyone mentioned admin being the strongest. It seemed to be. But, like, when I think back on it, I think it's somewhat situational. The only one that I look at and I think, maybe it's not that useful, is actually the military one. Because in the early game, if you want to do military focus, then it's usually because you're playing a country that's already super military focused. So you don't really need to double down on that. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, the war focus doesn't actually give you CBs, which is interesting. Military maybe in multiplayer? Maybe, possibly. Would be. You got a CB insult from calling Parliament and choosing prepare for war? Yeah, that's exactly what that does. But anyway. Let's move on. We have a nice little castle here. Look at that. Oh, maybe it's not that nice. Something happened. Nice crown, though. It's a lot cooler than mine. Okay, we're doing this is like a recap? Okay, sure. Oh, let's go. New country type, huge, based, navy-based countries. We're so back. Okay, we're doing piracy. Not video game piracy, okay? We're talking about fictional, historical video game piracy. For the record, we're talking about a video game, okay? Oof, just had to cover my tracks there for a second, or my back, I guess. just to be clear, we're talking about a video game. Under no circumstances is the official position of the Corbett channel pro-piracy in any situation whatsoever. Alright, ages matter more. One thing we wanted to do was to make sure each age felt more unique and different to play, while also adding interesting choices. So, the Age of Renaissance starts 5 years later, sure. We went through how our buildings unlock and made it so that the guilds are unlocked in the Age of Traditions and Age of Renaissance, workshops in the Age of Reformation, manufactories in the Age of Absolutism, and mills in the Age of Revolutions. Sure. Oh, here we go. And when you get mills, you will employ laborers instead of burghers. I like that. Not today, YouTube. As mentioned before, we unlock hegemons, whatever, through the Age of Discovery and the absolutism versus liberalism societal value in the Age of Absolutism. After testing, we moved the outward versus inward societal value to be unlocked when the Age of Discovery starts, and the mercantilism versus free trade societal value to the Age of Reformation. Sure. Okay, I would like to see more stuff, actually. So this is the Age of Discovery, but it's, like, not actually the Age of Discovery for everybody. For other people, it's actually just Tuesday. So I guess this is one of those instances where if you're playing outside of Europe, maybe a different focus makes more sense. Because the Diplo focus in Age of Discovery is, I think, what unlocks Quest for the New World. Wait, is that true? I remember playing Norway, and there's an advance that I wanted to look at. Or no, I was playing Greenland, and there was an advance I wanted to look at. It was called Quest for the New World. Never mind, it was playing as Norway, and it said that it was available to me because my country was in Western Europe. Now, I don't know if that means that other countries get a replacement for that. Yeah, I don't know. One would assume that there's enough flexibility that allows pretty much any country to do exploration if they really want to. Okay, anyway, Age of Discovery, you get a bunch of stuff. Oh, also, the prices in markets have a range from 40% to 250%. I think this expands as the game continues on. Like it goes up to 300, then 350, then 400 or something. Like the ranges become wider. I guess anyone can explore and colonize, but Europeans have it easier. Yes, not least because of the size of the Atlantic Ocean compared to the Pacific Ocean. But also just like the proximity of large population centers and how easy it is to move across those oceans. Like, technically you could island hop across a lot of the Pacific Ocean and get reasonably close to the Americas. But building up a large enough population size to make all of that logistics possible is difficult, I think. But then I think of Mali. And Mali, if you play them well, could probably at least colonize Brazil. Like, they're close enough, you could probably make that happen. Population size is probably decent enough, you probably have enough power to make that happen if you get there first. Generalist colonized some of Alaska as Korea. That is very funny. That's good. But yeah, so that would be a good example then. Like, you can probably do some colonization as Japan or Korea, or maybe even China, which would be terrifying. Anyway, let's see. It's the age to colonize. Each age also has some unique bonuses which are active during the entire age, changing how the age is played a bit. Different values for how much levies cost and the size of your expected army. Age of Renaissance gives higher cultural tradition and increased diplomatic capacity so as to emphasize cultural progress and to encourage a reliance on subjects. Let's go, we love subject gameplay. Age of Discovery gives cheaper colonial charters and faster exploration, as one would expect. Age of Reformation gives lower trade maintenance and faster religious conversions. Age of Absolutism allows you to integrate subjects faster, and revoking privileges from the estates is far cheaper. Age of Revolutions reduces the war score cost, but also reduces the loyalty of subjects. Interesting. They removed the concept of failing with explorations. Good. I would be furious at that too, because your explorations can be rather expensive. So just having them fail is, you know, not a fun game mechanic, I imagine. As apparently they have tested. Now, when you start a colonial charter, you need to select an origin province that they will send POWs from. That kinda makes sense. The current origin location gets a small boost to increasing prosperity and development while the colonial charter is active. That's Odd, but okay. Colonial Charter now prioritizes where there is a lower population, where you have foreign buildings and natural harbor suitability. Okay. Market creation. Oh yeah, I saw this in-game actually. So when you want to make a new market, the cost of making that new market scales by the amount of market access that location has in the market that it's currently in. So, for example, like you're playing Norway and you get your Oslo market, right? And that's cool. But what about the stuff in the north? There's like no market access there. Well, because there's no market access, or very little, then you can just create a new market there for super cheap. So, whether or not you want to do that, that's a different question. But you can, and it's cheap. And I tried that as Norway. I actually made 3 markets as Norway. One for the main Oslo general area, which is where most of the production was happening. Then another one for the town that is a little bit more north, but not super far north in Norway. And then I made one that is in the far north of Norway. So that at least they could, you know, get stuff from a market and put stuff in a market. Otherwise, they were getting actually nothing. And so, yeah, at least it made those territories or those locations a little bit more productive, I think. Even if I had to manage 3 markets, which was admittedly a little bit tedious. You know what the paths are for China? Like which different countries you can make? I have no idea. I haven't looked at China at all. Let's see. I should double check the colonization dev diary info. I remember you established the colonial charter for the province the colony starts in, but I forget whether it works like EU4. Meaning the colony starts under direct control and you flip it to colonial subject? Oh, yeah, so each location becomes direct control, and then when it's done, it becomes... You get to choose what to do with it at that point. I pray for the Nestorian China. One day. We're doing the Taiping Rebellion early. Let's go. Did I say, wait. Is it the Taiping Rebellion? Taiping Rebellion. Okay, it is, yeah. Yeah, it's a big one. Those were technically Protestants. It's about the broader point. Oh yeah, also, this is huge, because you want your colonial subjects to have their own markets. Like, you really want to make them have their own markets. And they're probably going to do that automatically when you release them as a subject. Liberate Slaves Peace Treaty, let's go. So you can force a country to release all the pops that they had enslaved from you. Culture, some of you requested a more dynamic way of handling cultures. So we have 2 new cabinet actions, which each currently take about 10 years to complete. You can unify your culture group if you're an empire and the dominant country of your primary culture group. The Unify Culture Group cabinet action can be used on a culture group belonging to your primary culture that has no other countries with that culture group. So it's a little complicated at that point, and I'm not sure how it interacts with like subjects. So like for example, if you own all of the Italian culture group provinces, or there are no other countries that have that culture group, but what if you release like a colonial subject? Maybe there's an exception for that, I don't know. But yeah, so pops in your country of the same culture group and language will also change to this culture, so you can literally just unify the culture group. I think they could do a little more with this. Like, if you... This is the process of sort of centralizing or standardizing a culture, which kind of coincides with nationalism. And I think there's a lot that could be done with that in terms of like narrative content. So I hope later they expand upon that. But we'll see. Form a new culture if you are a kingdom or empire, and not the dominant culture. Okay, I didn't know about this part. And not the dominant country of your primary culture. You can break away from it and form a new culture. Cool. That's what I was thinking about with Greenland. I'm like, hey, you could probably maybe make a new Greenlandic culture if you're large enough, in theory. But becoming a kingdom to form a Greenlandic culture, that's a tough one. I should have checked, actually, if you can form Vinland as Greenland. I didn't do that, but I should have checked. Anyway. Or actually, no, maybe you should be like Norse culture and not Norse culture, that would be Icelandic. If you're like a Scandinavian culture in North America, then maybe you should be allowed to create a Vinlandic offshoot. But anyway. They don't have to do that. That's like super obscure content to add. Satisfaction. This is pretty important. If Pops don't have what they want, then they get upset and they're going to revolt and get angry. Yeah. Also, we have the cabinet action to stop rebel groups. A specific rebel group. Also, nationalism. I wonder if that'll play a role later in the game. Thank you very much. Whoa, who was that? Dinny FM, I think was the name. DINNY for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, I was correct. I read that real quick. Ooh. What is an etymology of the Vinland name, by the way? If I had to guess, then no. Would that even make sense? No. Okay, so maybe Vinland is like the land of wine, if I had to guess. Or like, maybe they called it that because it's a place where you could grow grapes and have wine. I was thinking like, oh, maybe Vin has like an etymological root for the word green, but then I'm like, wait a second. Greenland is called like Grunland or something, so wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. So Vin makes more sense being wine. It was effectively propaganda to attempt to attract colonists, and it didn't even work. They had like maybe a couple people visit Vinland, and then they died or left or something, we don't really know, but yeah, from the archaeological evidence we have, like, there were a few people that showed up, and then they either dipped out, assimilated into the local population, or just died. So it didn't really work out at all. Anyway, progress for Remels. Neat. And then they fight you, because they're cringe like that. Okay, what do we have for this one? Oh, let's not go too far. Thank you, Pili. I was just gonna grab a quick screenshot of that. Yoink. Okay, first page, we have number 55. Regarding the Conquistador feature and colonial changes, any thoughts to expanding it for more uses? Ooh. Thank you very much, Dinny FM, for the tier 1 sub on Twitch. I appreciate that. They had not great fortune when they called their new colonized land Iceland, so they tried happier names, another alternate history shitpost that's actually true. It's crazy how it really is the greatest trolling campaign in history, maybe. And I like how it's stuck, too. They're like, yeah, you know, Greenland. obviously from the name, that means that can only mean good things, guys. And then you get to Greenland and it sucks. No trees, no arable land. It's winter for like 6 months of the year. I can't believe they got away with that. Should have done like the Spaniards did and called it Goldland. True, actually. That would have a bunch of people going towards there. That would create a new gold rush for non-existent gold. Have they just survived off of fish for centuries? I mean, kinda. Although there actually was gold in Mexico. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're going to... What was Vinland? Like, Labrador? Sheepland? When? Okay, but there wouldn't have been any sheep. Where was Finland? Okay, that's not going to be helpful. Because it says it's Newfoundland, but like, hold on. Old Norse settlements in Canada. Hold on. Okay, so the only confirmed Norse settlement is Lance au Médoc, which is in the tip of Newfoundland's Great Northern Peninsula. Okay, so it's not Labrador, but yeah, close enough. To be fair, the population of Greenland was like literally 12 people. Yeah, something like that. Not a lot of people lived in Greenland for a really long time. What are we at right now? 72? The art on the heading of the Tinto Talks goes so hard. Kudos to the art team. Hold on, did I not look at that? Alright, I have to... Oh yeah, it's this one. That does go hard as hell, I can't lie. Okay, then we have 75. Expected army size, yeah, it's what your country's expected to have in terms of an army. Like, eventually, your population's gonna be like, hey, we're super undefended at the moment. We have literally no army, and we would get crushed like a bug if anybody tried to attack us. And that's not cool, so we should, like, maybe have an army, maybe, possibly. That's pretty much what it represents. 90. Unify culture group. Okay, so what's this about? What's it intended to simulate? Let's see. Unify Culture Group represents the historical French or Russian state-led cultural centralizations. The French one was the one I was really thinking about. It can only be done once to prevent countries from using the action every time they acquire a new location. Okay, I could kinda see that, maybe. Okay, maybe, I could... Alright, sure. So, hold on, maybe I have to go back and check this. Right. Pops in your country of the same culture group and language will also change to this culture. I could kind of see this making sense, because maybe you can't really afford to accept every single culture in your culture group. So maybe you can only accept a few of those. But no. No, wait, you wouldn't be able to do that, because then there would be other countries of your primary culture group. Okay, I don't really know what they mean by this, then. Maybe it's like if some other major country that isn't your primary culture group owns locations of your culture, then they don't flip, I guess. And then you have to assimilate them because they weren't part of your country, I guess. But then I think that should be more than a 10-year process. I think it should kind of be like your main culture becomes the culture that we would call like the unified culture. So like, let's say that you're playing Florence, and let's say that you have a Tuscan culture as your main culture. I don't know what it actually is, hypothetically. And then you own, I don't know, northern Italy. And you want to unify your culture group, or I don't know, let's say you own all of Italy. Sure, why not? You're Italy now, okay? Primary Florentine culture, you're Italy now. So you want to make an Italian culture. What should happen, in my humble opinion, is you should change your primary culture to Italian and get a really big assimilation boost to start drifting the other cultures into that unified culture, I think. And, you know, especially that's useful for, like, that's useful for the concept of a state-led, centralized, you know, culture centralization, because then you have to use your cabinet members to do the assimilation, but, like, it's gonna take time. You know, I don't think it should be like this one, snap your fingers and everyone wakes up and they're like, oh my god, I'm Italian, you know? You know what I mean? You wake up and you're like, oh, I must eat pasta or something. Okay, that was rude against Italians, my bad. But yeah, like, you know what I mean, right? Where it shouldn't be instant. That you wake up screaming, realizing that you are now Italian. But yeah, so that, I think that would be maybe a nicer way of doing that. Clip it and ship it, that one's for free. I don't know how that would actually be implemented, though. Anyway, let's move on to the next one, 111. Does creating the new culture move all of the pops to the new culture, or just the primary ones? Does the new culture stay a part of the old culture group? The new culture has the culture groups and language of the original primary culture. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. 112. Are the breakaway cultures predefined or dynamic, or somewhere in between? They're dynamic. Let's go. Huge. Massive. And then we have 116. Is there a game setting that makes it so only historical new cultures can be formed? No, but it's a good idea. Yeah, okay, it's a good idea, and I will not be having that game rule on. I want the chaos. I want things to make zero sense. That's what makes it fun. Okay, then we have 138, 147, and 156. Now I can't roleplay Scotland burning its treasury on a failed attempt at colonizing Panama. You can still lose money on a colonial charter, let's go. 147. So you've introduced a mechanic that basically magically will stop any rebellions by putting a cabinet member to it. Yeah, no. Like, you basically, you assign one cabinet member, and you're like, okay, you're gonna go undermine that rebellion, okay? We're doing propaganda today. You're gonna go into that location, and you're gonna be like, man, it's so great being part of the Empire. Am I right, boys? And that's gonna convince everyone, and they're like, wow, you know what? You're right. We should actually fomenting a revolt. I think that's a great idea, actually. That's my characterization of how it works. But yeah, anyway. So it's just a rebel group. It's one of them that you can target. And you typically have like a lot of these different rebel movements, but not a lot of them actually produce rebellions. Next one, 156. Does no other countries with that culture group mean no provinces or no countries with the primary culture? Primary culture only, pops as minorities don't matter here. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I had envisioned it as. Okay, next one. We're really speedrunning these. And we... Oh, wait, it's 5... Wait. Hold on. Do I have time for this one? That's a good question, actually. Hold up. Pause. Do I have time for that? Hold up. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, no, I'm chilling. I can probably do one last one of these, probably. Okay, this will be the last one that we have time for today, I think, because it is past 5 o'clock, and I have somewhere to be at 6:30. So we're gonna do one of these, and then we're gonna call it for today, I think. So, Ilkhanates, and Persia, and the Chagatai, and the Rise of Timur. We're getting a whole novel today. There we go. So I think this is part of the general part of the Ilkhanate. The way that, you know, it's part of a larger international organization. Okay, so we have the Ilkhanate. Here we go, the Ilkhanan. You get great power score, of course. You cannot become an empire. You can invite new members. Okay. They'll have quick access buttons. Nice. Power vacuum, there is no leader. Okay. You can see its status, members, possible actions. So we have the main contenders, the Jalayirids, Huligids, and Gorgon. And then all of the members are in the green color. Okay, so I assume you can become a contender at some point. The reign and death of Abu Sa'id Bahadur Khan, the last Ilkhan of the Borjigin dynasty, led to a power vacuum in the Ilkhanate. Several contenders trying to claim the title. Right. Okay. So in order to restore the Ilkhanate to its full glory, you need to be one of the claimants. Okay. And how do you become a claimant? Feature available for all IOs. Oh, okay. A special status is a feature available. Okay, gotcha. Alright. Listed tooltips, right. To become a claimant to the Ilkhanan, through the IO action, claim the Ilkhanan. Alright. Oh, okay. You need to be a dynastic descendant of Borjigin. Okay, so this is dynastic claims. I see. Or if any character in your country is a dynastic descendant. So maybe you can, like, marry somebody who is a dynastic descendant and get a new dynastic descendant. Interesting. Is this how the Emperor of China will work? No. I don't think so. I mean, I think the Empire of China is an international organization, but if you mean in this sense, this is just for the Ilkhanate for now. I don't know the specifics of how that works. Either that, or it seems like you can elevate the claims of courtiers like in Crusader Kings? Maybe. Maybe. Well, let's see. What do you get for being a claimant? Special CB you can use against the other members of the Ilkhanate. Okay, so we're not doing this diplomatically. We're We're killing people. All members of the Ilkhanate also have access to this other CB that, in the case of victory, allows you to remove the claimant, the Ilkhanan status, from the objective country. Okay, so you can say, actually, no you. Or not you, I guess. If you end up being the only claimant to the Ilkhanan, you will automatically become its leader. By becoming leader of the Ilkhanan, you may be able to unify the IO into a proper country once again. Okay. So you don't actually need to have this much territory. You can reform it if you just happen to have all this stuff. Wait, no, you do have to be the leader of the Ilkhanan. And you need to have this much territory? Or maybe you can unify the IO without needing to conquer too much. Oh, hold on. You also need to control 75% of the locations owned by all the members of the Ilkhanate IO to form the country. Okay, so you do need to dominate the IO. Maybe you do need that much territory. On a different track, if you are a Persian member of the Ilkhanate, you also have the opportunity to fight your way towards unifying the region in a completely different way. Okay, you can shed the shackles of the Ilkhanan if you're Persian. Zero conquer cost and zero antagonism cost, that's huge. Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is a modifier. Yeah, no. It's like it's either plus 100 or plus whatever, or minus something, or it's 0. This is a modifier to the base amount. Yeah, it just means it's the base value. It's not like a free antagonism or free defender. Yeah, or, you know, like getting 0 antagonism. It's not that. The Ilkhanate may cease to exist if all of its members are conquered by a country not in the IO, or if there are no leaders or claimants. That makes sense. No claimants, then there is no country. So who do we have? The Jalirids? Who have you? Okay. Horde of Huligids? Okay. Or the Horde of Gorgon? I think the Jalirids are the guys that maybe you're supposed to do it with. They have that aura. And by that, I mean they have the right flag and the right thing that makes it look like they already, you know, are the Ilkhan. The Persian/Iranian countries that are part of the Ilkhanate have their own flavor content available. Other stuff for Zoroastrianism, Islam, Christianity, and even Buddhism. Buddhist Persia, let's go. The Iranian peoples are thus world people, and Persia has also been the birthplace of many great empires in the past, from the Achaemenids to the Sasanians. The recent Mongolian invasion and the establishment of the Ilkhanan have imposed on them foreign rule, but the Iranian peoples are ready to rise once again. Not just foreign rule, but like a lot of cities burnt to the ground. Like a lot of them. But you have some advances like Sasanian heritage. Very cool. That's a lot of cultural tradition increase. Trade maintenance reduction for improve the Silk Road, and 21 total different advances for the Persian countries. Then you can form Persia as a formable, of course. Nice, very cool. What does IO stand for again? International Organization. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Mongols, they wouldn't burn any cities. That's just not, they're not like that. They're chill, trust. Then we have the Chagatai Horde. The great Genghis Khan managed to form a great empire for all Mongolian peoples, bringing into his fold great swaths of land from Europe to China. All people learned to fear the sound of the Mongolian armies galloping and the might and power of the great Khan. As heirs of his legacy, the dream of bringing back the glory of the greatest Mongolian horde is still alive. Okay, so we have the Chagatai horde. Mongolian countries, which also include countries involved in the Ilkhanate International Organization, have a ton of content available, both for being steppe hordes and also specific Mongolian content. We aren't going to reveal most of it today, since this is already a meaty Tinto flavor, and we still have to take a look in the future to the Golden Horde, which also has unique content, but this is an overview. That's a lot of stuff. I like the funny words. Okay. Interesting. Steppe slave raiding, let's go. Alright, legacy of Genghis Khan. Aristocracy, cavalry maintenance reduction, expected cost of court. Okay. Interesting. Fact, the Mongolians never burnt anything down that they didn't rebuild. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know about that one. What about the lives of people? They burnt a lot of those. I don't know if they rebuilt all that. We have Horse Lords of the Steppes. A reduced cavalry cost, lovely. Levies always allowed, interesting. You get Horse Archers and Aurugs. Sure. Horse Archers increase morale damage, I presume, maybe. I'm just sort of guessing when I'm looking at this. Combat's a lot better on flatland, of course. Steppeland. The Aurugs probably just have... They have better combat performance, okay. I don't think they really use combat performance, but... Anyway, food storage, nice. Something for the early game, I suppose. Genghis handled that. In a sense. Okay, we have the situation Rise of Timur. Look at that little guy. Surely he won't do anything in the future, surely. He's a prodigy, of course. There are some events about the childhood and adolescence of Timur, and if he gets to the adult age, this event will trigger. Okay, so unfortunately, I guess the way... Oh no. The way to prevent the rise of Timur is to assassinate him. Like, you can do that now. You can build a spy network and assassinate characters in other countries. So it's like... you have to destroy the child of prophecy before he can reach adulthood and wreak havoc upon the world. CK moment. Anyway, the rise of Timur. Fueled by the ambition to surpass the fallen caliphates and to restore the great Mongol horde, Temur Lang Borjigin, with a handful of loyal soldiers, has laid the foundation of the Timurid horde. Although seemingly insignificant for the moment, the Khan intends to use his unparalleled understanding of warfare and his elite troops to grow the horde with ruthless efficiency. He has several traits, but this is the most important. The Scourge from Central Asia. Maximum war exhaustion -5. Oh, okay, this one is... it's a double-edged sword. You might think like, oh, reduced war exhaustion, that means that it can't get that bad, right? Except that if you are the attacking country and you maximize your war exhaustion, then you instant surrender. So it's like, yeah, the -5 max war exhaustion, like, it means things can't get that bad, except that you surrender much faster. So, yeah. We'll see about that. Army levy size plus 50%, that is enormous. Aggressiveness modifier, probably like an AI modifier. The chosen country changes, becoming the Timurid Horde. Okay, Rise of Timur. So this is the situation, and he just planned an invasion. Peak. Wait, hold on. Okay. New run idea. We're going for a high score, chat. How many cities can you raise, and how many can die from raising? Gotta get those numbers up. Can you off the John Ottoman like the Temur? I don't think so. Like, let's go. Okay, we're going for the highest score now. We're looking for how many cities we can raise and how many people can die. Yeah, they're giving the Timurids a scoreboard. The counters for enemies killed in cities raised are just for flavor. They don't have mechanical purposes. It's literally just a scoreboard. That's crazy. That is amazing. Okay, so, for this guy, for the situation to end, Timurids need to have a ruler with less than 150 points in the abilities, or no ruler and no heir. If the Timurids are annexed or subjugated, it's Jover. If Timurid has restored Mongolia, then we are so back, but it ends the situation. So to form Mongolia, nice flag, by the way, I like that. Tier 4 formable country, restoration of the Great Mongol Horde, and you need to own a lot. Yeah, okay, so you need Beijing, Nanjing, Chongqing, Guangzhou, and Karakorum, so that's way in the east. If I remember correctly, Guangzhou is in the south, right? So you really need to take, like, all of China. That's a big task. But, you get to plan invasions. What does this give you? Khan Temur's conquest CB on a target country. And 5 antagonism. Yeah, that makes sense. Brother. Bro. Minus 75% conquer cost for the attacker. Brother. Yeah, it's really not in and out in 5 minutes. That's going to be an intense campaign. If you're able to unify a region, the second action's select core region will appear. That's crazy. Every location in that region becomes our core. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. I might have to play these guys. After having selected a core region, a third action unlocks, reform into a monarchy. So you become a settled country with a monarchy government type and the rank of empire. This might potentially be the result. That is a chunky empire. But it looks surprisingly empty. You know what I mean? Like the wastelands maybe should be colored in, but I'm sure that you can turn that on or off, like you can in EU4. Okay, there's more content. Probably the most important event is integration with the Iranian people. We aim to rule, not to conquer, okay. Embrace terroir as our primary culture. Sure. Which unlocks this reform, decentralization. Ooh, that's a lot. That's pretty good for culture capacity. That's pretty good, and I don't know what that does. Governorship is a unique mechanic of the Timurids that allows them to have a unique type of subject for members of the ruling dynasty. This may have its cons, as there are several claimants to the Timurid throne. Yeah, you remake the Mongol Empire, including the power struggles. Let's go. As it should be. Okay, what do we have for this one? Let me see, did I miss something? No, I don't think so, okay. I know who I'm playing first when EU5 comes out. Okay. You probably shouldn't play this country first. Like, you can, I'm not gonna stop you. But I don't think as a first-time experience it's going to, you know, play out the way that you're hoping. Did I miss Pili's message? Was that earlier for this one? Okay, yeah, I did miss that one. That's why. I think. Here we go. Alright, so what do we have for this one? Is this the right one? Yeah, okay. So first page, number 14. Okay, well, we can't just, like, not look at this whole one. Oh, like, slightly late, I guess. Let's see. Number 12. Wait, nope, 14. What does auto-conquer religious enemies do? The amount of content is crazy. It seems like it might actually be able to compete with EU4 and its 10 years of development. That is actually crazy, yeah. This is a teaser since today's Tinto Flavor was already the longest to date. It does seem like that. And yes, we have tons of content. There's a reason why I'm regularly saying that we're just showing some of the available content in each Tinto Flavor and not all so based. Infinite content when this game releases. I am so ready to... I'm gonna drop like maybe 1,000 hours in this game in the first 2 months. I don't even know if that's logistically possible, but I'm gonna make it happen. I don't know how, but I'll figure it out. It's about the dedication. Alright, so we have number 43. How do the Chobanids show up for the struggle for the Ilkhanate? Historically, they became basically the strongest contender only 1.5 years into the game period. There are a couple of events that make the Chobanids appear as a country early in the game. Okay, huge. We have 48. Does the Timur tag have any flavor regarding a Mughal formable in India? Yes, the Mughal Empire can be created, and it already has flavor based. Can the Ilkhanate claimants integrate into Persian culture and form Persia too? Yes, you can change your culture to Persia to Persian as a claimant. However, you have to decide either for the Ilkhanan or for Persia. That makes sense. Like, you can't do both, obviously. Number 56. Can you lead the Ilkhanate IO without forming the country and expanding by inviting other countries in? Yes. Okay, sure. The Ilkhanan can be expanded to any country with a capital in the regions of Persia. The Crescent. The Crescent. Oh, the Fertile Crescent, I suppose. Okay. The Caucasus and Anatolia. Okay, then we have 67. Is the Prodigy trait exclusive to starting characters, or can new characters be generated with this trait later into the game? It's a generic trait that any child can have, We have scripted that Temur already starts with it. Okay, at first I misread this as it's a genetic trait. And I was about to say like, oh, we are so back, CK3 gamers. Paradox, anytime they add inheritable traits to any game. Let's go. It's time for the super soldier breeding program. A CK3 certified classic. But no, I don't think it's genetic in this case. So we'll move on to 84. Conquistadors. What are the Spanish doing in Central Asia? Since it appears in the army-based countries flavor group, I took it without a second thought. Oh, okay, I see. Number 92? Would you mind adding a modifier that makes it so as Temur conquer a nation... So as he conquers a nation, he gets 1 point in each? Maybe. This is because I forced the situation to trigger through the console, so he was not able to develop his skills. Oh, I see. Some of those events during his childhood improve his skills. Oh, okay, so he just skipped the other events. Okay, that's why. Then 100. Oh, he married into the Borjigin family. Oh, okay, so that was the whole point why he appointed puppet Khans and never took the title of Khan for himself. He was never a Khan, never took the title, and never could take the title. And yet, in every other way, he was a Khan. Time check? Yeah, we're good. We're just going to finish what we have here, and then it's going to be done for the stream, because we're just going to rapid fire these. Yeah, okay, they replaced that. Then 129. What does the Timurid Empire government reform do? Speed of integration? God damn. 25%, okay. Possible government reforms, that's huge. Cabinet seats, also huge. 50% reduction in antagonism impact. Actually the main character, that's crazy. Can raise and raid borders. Actually the main character. Okay, 133, that's a whole lot of reading. Alright. Okay, I think they're looking for legitimacy decay mechanics to see if we can dissolve or decentralize the country, the IO. Maybe. Okay, so they're simulating it dynamically. You can elevate your country to the empire rank using the country rank feature. On the other hand, we have a disaster called Decline of Empire. Oh, nice. Used to simulate the instability and decline of historical empires under certain conditions. Oh, that's huge. Oh, that's huge. That can either make or break the mid to late game, actually. So, I'll keep a close eye on that. 141. Can you, as Georgia, become the Ilkhan? You can invite a character of the Borjigin dynasty to your country, thus making it possible to become a claimant. If the Ilkhanate is formed as a country, it will behave like any other, including religious mechanics, etc. Okay, sure. $152. The cores in the core region stay after Timur's death, and what is lost is the core region modifier. Okay, so we have, like, this is a unique modifier. They also add minus 20% unrest. Dude. But yeah, okay, it'll be difficult to rule the Timurid Empire after Timur's death. Okay, so it's one of those situations where you have, like, this dude that goes kind of crazy with it. And then, like, he dies and it all falls apart. That's a classic. That is a certified classic history moment. Just wait for the bonuses that the Brits get. Yeah, no, they probably get insane stuff, I'm sure. Okay, so then 156. What do we have? Special building for Caravanserais. Sure. Okay, so we get those. We get the building. The building gives you 1 trade capacity. That's pretty big. Wow, and incredibly cheap too. Just like, I mean, a tiny amount of jewelry, and I think that's cloth. Super cheap to get insane trade capacity. I don't know if you can stack this more than once in a location, but like, damn, that is good. That is a really good building. It does take quite a few burgers though. Like that's one of the downsides, is it is 250 people that you need for that, burgers, and so like you're not, I mean, maybe you can build those in towns, but anyway, that's a crazy good building compared to the normal marketplace. Okay, 157. How does this work? While you're at war, you obtain slaves from captured locations. This allows armies to enslave part of all POWs of a different religion group when occupying a location. Okay, yeah. I think I saw this very briefly. It's like when you occupy a territory and this is enabled, then it also tells you like, oh, certain POWs enslaved, I think. I think it's like a little pop-up on the map that tells you that. Okay, 160. Is there a Mongol Empire IO? Mongol Empire is a formidable country. It's been a long time since the last great Khan held authority over the different Khanates. True. 166. If I never elevate to Empire, this never happens. I'm hating country ranks more and more. There are other mechanics that may impact you if growing your country, while staying in another country's rank that disasters specifically tackling empires. Okay, this is referencing the thing from earlier, I think. Like, okay, so that disaster, that mid-game disaster, like that decay of empire thing is specifically for empires and hegemonies, I assume. There are bonuses that you might miss from not upgrading to Empire to avoid a possible future disaster, though. That's a player's choice in any case. I see. Yeah, so you're missing out on some benefits in terms of the other mechanics if you decide to not become an Empire, but you can decide to become an Empire and get the benefits, but then you might get the disaster, so player choice. Third page, 172. Does the Ilkhanate have some sort of internal laws, disasters, or mechanics similar to personal unions or the HRE? Much simpler IO, one could even argue that it's already a disaster itself. Let's go. Alright, 193. Ah, shoot. It just started raining outside. And thunderstorming? It's cooked, man. Well, if all else fails, I guess the lightning can take out my power and force the stream to end. Anyway, what do we have left? 193. What is raise a province and raid borders? Is the former the ability to plunder a location, and is the latter the same as the step slave raid mechanic? This is what we get. Raising a location. Unleash the soldiers on the city, letting them ransack the location for gold. My favorite. And possibly kill a lot of people. They did that. They did a lot of that, actually. 210. Can you make this a decision and for all countries? After all, hordes weren't the only ones who pillaged Rome. True and real and based. This is for large-scale raising and something we only want for hordes? Okay. Maybe you get other sacking events. When you let the soldiers do a little too much. Okay, then we have 214. That's the last one. Can land-based countries have a steppe horde government type, or is it only for army-based countries? All steppe hordes are army-based countries. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. I forgot about that. That they're army-based countries. But then, wait, that calls into question, like, what's going on with that map? Pause. Hold on, bring it back for a second. What's all this then? Oh, that's when you become a monarchy. A successful timbered empire across Central Asia and Persia. Okay, so this makes you a settled country, which might look like this. Okay, so this is not when you're a horde. When you're a horde, you are a location-based, no, army-based country. But then, that makes me think like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. How are you supposed to get cores if you don't own the location? You're an army-based country. Can army-based countries own locations, I guess? But then how does that make them any different from a location-based country? A lot of questions that I don't think I have the answer to. Like, if you're an army-based country and you can own locations, then you're just a location-based country. I guess you don't have a capital. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We'll see. Hordes were very much army-based, but they could still control a portion of land that paid them tribute and could rather easily be seen as their land, I suppose. Yeah, they would always have like a small core area, like, wasn't that Karakorum? The Mongol Empire? Wait, was it? Maybe it wasn't, hold on. Oh, it was, yeah, okay, the capital of the Mongol Empire, Karakorum. Wait, what's the capital of Mongolia today? Ulaanbaatar, okay. Oh yeah, it's really funny when you look at like the population density of Mongolia. Because literally half the country lives in the capital city of Ulaanbaatar. Which is pretty funny. Karakorum is in ruins. Is it at least like a tourist destination? Karakorum was raised by the Ming. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Interesting. Actually, yeah, let me see. Is that like, or are they rebuilding it? The president of Mongolia announced in 2023 a plan to rebuild the historical capital city. Well, we'll see if that works out. It's a tourist destination, but the city ceased to exist once the Ming raised it to avoid northern Yuan to keep invading. Yeah. It was a meme LARP rebuild plan. I don't know if it's valid. I mean, it says on the Wikipedia... Wow, voice crack. It says on the Wikipedia page that the president of Mongolia announced it in 2023. I mean, let me check the source on that one. From mongoliaweekly.org. It is a World Heritage Site. Nice. Okay, that's a weird stun lock that I don't have time to get into. Will you be streaming some longer gameplay like Gemrad Court or Persia? I don't know what you mean, Alien. Like for EU5? Because I don't have EU5 right now. Dude, trust me, if I had EU5 right now, you would not be watching me stream. I'd be playing the game. You wouldn't be watching me play the game. I would just be playing it by myself. If I had EU5 right now, I would be grinding the game. Oh, no, you mean EU4? Okay. You mean like the Celestalia run that I finished, like that one? You know, like multiple streams, like that? Okay, anyway, I actually do need to end stream like right now. Unfortunately. Because it's getting too close to when I have to leave. So, gonna be a bit of an abrupt end, but yeah, we're gonna leave that right there for now. I will see you guys hopefully sometime this week, maybe. At the very least, I've been pretty consistent on these Saturday streams, which I'm pretty happy about, but yeah, we'll see. You still owe us the EU4 Ryukyu World Conquest? Yes, I will be doing the 3 mountains as soon as I have time to do that. Currently doing Castanor. Anyway, I will see you guys hopefully sometime this week. Have a good one, have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and bye bit.